What's up, people? How y'all doing? Welcome, everyone. Bro, carbox, car, carbo, carbo, carboxamide. What the fuck? I'm carboxamide compound. I mean, China probably. Yep. United States probably. Maybe not though. I'm gonna guess U.S., but I bet Germany is higher up even. Number 6. Damn, I bet Germany's up there. Okay, Germany's number 5. It could be like France and Spain, or like Italy and stuff. Could be some other like European countries. I don't know if it would be any other like Southeast Asian countries at all. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna guess France. I feel like no. I'm gonna guess Spain. I'm gonna guess Spain just because previously it's been Spain when it's been like chemical shit, and I never think to guess Spain. Oh, Spain was a horrible guess. Oh no. Okay, France then. Or could be Italy. Or could even be maybe Japan. Japan or South. I'm gonna guess Japan, but I don't really know. I don't really. I don't know if that's good or. This is a Hail Mary here. Fuck. France number 8. Oh, what's up, Patrol? Welcome back. Nice to see you again. Norway, India, Switzerland. Ah, god damn it. Oh, I always whenever I see chemical stuff, I always think to guess Switzerland, but it's never been Switzerland before, so I haven't done it before. I should have. Just got 'em. I should have done Switzerland instead of Japan. Damn. Damn. Okay. Most comfy chat around? For real. For real. Of course. Of course. My audio, I think it's fine. I don't know. I gotta mess around with it a bit because I don't fucking know audio shit. I changed it a little. If you're a Jubilee, can you get me in as an audience member? They don't really have. They don't have live audiences typically. At least they might have some. I don't know if there's a show where they do have live audiences. I mean, you'll be able to watch it when it comes out. And I'm sure I'll react to it and stuff when it comes out. Although I don't know. I think if I do end up getting on there, I know they have like just a list of people. What's up, Easy Money? That can react to their shit without getting copy strike. I wonder how exclusive that club is. I wonder if I can get added to that if I just know the right people, or if they have some minimum standards. Okay, machinery, farm petroleum, vaccines. It's got to be in like fucking cheese and stuff and cars. Oh, 600 billion is quite. I feel like Mexico would have more than 600 billion, even though. Did you see the Zoran interview? No. Um, if you link it, I could watch it. I don't want to watch Assad react to it though. I don't give a fuck about. I would actually rather kill myself than watch Hassan react to a Zorhan interview on Fox News. That seems like literally hell. I like, bro, bro. What even? All right, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess. I feel like it's gotta. I don't think it's Mexico. I know Russia would have more gas and stuff. Yeah, it's gotta be. hmm, Goddamn, is it gonna be? It's gonna be. Is it gonna be one of the fucking Stans or whatever? I don't think so. I would drop a honey today because silver went up another dollar, but my credit card feels hot and I haven't paid it in a bit. No worries, Patrol. No worries, Patrol. You've done, fairly certain you're the top non-fund donator. Um, God, I don't know. There's no way. Ukraine would have more like wheat and shit. Maybe it's, like Spain. Wait, huh? How am I still so far away? There's no way it's Denmark, right? Oh my God. Belgium? Oh my God. Woohoo. I'll take it, I guess. I guess I'll take it. I guess I'll take it, dear Lord. Oh my God. If it was gonna kill Margarito, then what? Like, what's the plan, lol? Dude, I haven't like read that much in this, but not even like are we to me, maybe I'm some crazy leftist or whatever. It feels like if the CIA had the opportunity, they would have fucking killed him before anyways. I don't know what we need this for. Like maybe I'm wrong about that, but the Trump administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela. I don't know, and then I don't know if this would actually be a serious thing, or like if maybe he just wants to pressure Venezuela into signing some deal because I feel like they would not announce it if it wasn't, if it was really supposed to be actually covert. But I think they actually need authorizations to do lethal operations. I mean, that's probably true. I don't know. Like, I don't know if they would have actually. They just fucking just the CIA would have fucking killed him. Like just assassinated him or whatever. But like, I feel like CIA is probably already doing shit in Venezuela, just like they're probably doing shit in most countries that are our enemies. And I don't know, I don't know how substantially just them like authorizing it would change things, but I don't know. I don't think being skeptical of CIA's capabilities is a left or right issue. Well, the left is it's not that I'm skeptical of their abilities. The left is very big on or leftist, not just left and liberals or whatever. Very big on saying, "Oh, the CIA is overthrowing a bunch of governments everywhere. The only reason socialism fails is because the fucking CIA does shit." Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is true, as far as I know. I could be wrong, but leftists do say that the CIA um, has already fucked with Venezuela in 2019, right? CIA, Venezuela 2019 or whatever. It's all gonna be new shit. The left thinks CIA is an all powerful deity. Yo, thanks to the K for the sub. I appreciate it. But
Out of
this is true.
non-font stream.
Thank you. I appreciate the sub go for the K. It is a bailout. This is true. This is true. We will read a little more about the Argentina bailout or whatever. Bailout is probably. I still feel like bailout is a harsh term, but yeah, people say the CIA was behind this. I have no clue if that's true or not. Listen. If the Julie thing happens, which I don't think I'll be able to say if I get it. Um, I don't know how strict they are about that stuff. I don't know if that might only apply to like you might be able to say that you're on it and just not whatever the prompts are and who's going to be there and stuff. But I mean, no one special is going to be there. It's a middle ground, not a surrounded. I don't know. I don't know if I could even announce it if I got it or whatever. But I don't think I would. I think I would. Need some money for travel. So we might be fundraising for some undisclosed activity soon. What are DDM's thoughts on this man? I'm sure he's all over it already. I'm sure he's very supportive. Trump actually screwed Malay when Malay visited. Trump said that if he doesn't win the legislative election on October 26th, then Trump wouldn't support Argentina, aka extortion, right after the peso fell massively. Damn, weird audio gain issues happening. Oh fuck, wait, what's wrong with it? No, I changed the compressor a little bit, but I don't know maybe I changed it the wrong way. I don't know. Don't know shit. He really? There's no way he hasn't tweeted about that. Oh no, there it is. Let's go. Yeah, he just said let's go. Like either it's too quiet or too loud on my end. Yeah, the compressor's supposed to. I don't know if why my compressor is not doing the shit I want it to do. He used to do what I wanted it to do. Kill me. Maybe if I put the ratio up, I bet that's the issue, folks. I have no clue if that's the issue. Wait, is Wikipedia gonna have it as CI? Well, Wikipedia doesn't say the CIA is involved, so clearly they weren't. The leftists claim they were. A lot of immigrants care more about their home country than America. Well, I would imagine first generation immigrants. Yeah, that's going to be the case a lot of times. But Okay. Anyway, Trump administration has secretly authorized the CIA to conduct covert action in Venezuela, according to U.S. officials, stepping up a campaign against. Uh, it's not pronounced Nicholas or whatever. I don't know how you pronounce it. That's fucking Spanish way. Maduro, the country's authoritarian leader. Authorization is the latest step in Trump's administration's intensifying pressure against Venezuela. For weeks, the U.S. military has been targeting boats off the Venezuelan coast, it says they're transporting drugs, killing 27 people. American officials have been clear privately that the end goal is to drive Mr. Maduro from power. Mr. Trump acknowledged on Wednesday to authorize the covert actions that the U.S. was considering strikes on Venezuelan territory. We're certainly looking at land now because we've got sea very well under control, the president told reporters hours after the New York Times reported the secret authorization. Any strikes in Venezuelan territory would be a significant escalation. After several boat strikes, the administration made the point that the operation had taken place in international waters. The new authority would allow the CIA to carry out lethal operations in Venezuela and conduct a range of operations in the Caribbean. Damn, very covert and yeah, I know, very covert and very secret, which is like, I mean, that's the thing. Again, I feel like maybe there. This is how war works now. Okay, you just signal that you're attacking ahead of time. Okay, it's the same thing with Israel and Iran now or whatever. But um, it could just be a thing where Trump is publicly saying insane shit to try to get Venezuela to sign some deal, because I know there was a deal under Biden that I don't think Venezuela ended up falling through on, to have like democratic elections in exchange for some like oil relief essentially. But that is not what I'm thinking of. Secret Biden deal allowed Chevron to pay Venezuela millions. I don't think that's supposed to be. I don't. Maybe there's some secret deal I don't know about, but I feel like there was a, yeah, the election deal thing. I mean, it says U.S. officials leaked on a condition of anonymity. That's true, but I mean, and maybe I don't know. Maybe Trump thought there was no point in denying it or whatever. But I feel like you could just deny it. I don't know why Trump would confirm it or whatever. And I mean, he's publicly saying like, "Oh, we've got the sea under control. We're looking at land now." I don't know if that's uh, certainly you would not have to go that far. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's just trying to get Venezuela to concede on something. I don't know exactly what he would want. Well, when it comes to the U.S. military is planning its own possible escalation, drawing up options for President Trump to consider strikes inside Venezuela. The scale of military buildup in the region is substantial. There are currently 10,000 U.S. troops there. Wait, what the fuck? I don't know that much. Most of them at bases in Puerto Rico, but also a contingent of Marines on amphibious assault ships. In all, the Navy has 8 surface warships and a submarine in the Caribbean. The new authorities, known in intelligence jargon as a presidential finding, were described by multiple U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the highly classified document. Is this total neocon victory? I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. This doesn't feel like traditional neocon thoughts. I don't know. I'm curious. Has Marco Rubio said anything about this yet? I mean, he probably has. But it's probably just been the typical like glazing, right? But Mr. Trump ordered an end to diplomatic talks with the Maduro government this month as he grew frustrated with the Venezuelan leader's failure to accede to U.S. demands to give up power voluntarily and the continued insistence by officials that they had no part in drug trafficking. The CIA has long had authority to work with governments in Latin America on security matters and intelligence sharing. That has allowed the agency to work with Mexican officials to target drug cartels, but those authorizations do not allow the agency to carry out direct lethal operations. The Trump administration strategy in Venezuela, developed by Secretary of State oh no, it is Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, with help from John Ratcliffe. I guess it is neocon victory. The CIA director aims to oust Mr. Maduro from power. Mr. Ratcliffe has said little about what the agency is doing in Venezuela, but he's promised the CIA under his leadership would become more aggressive. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Ratcliffe said that he would make the CIA less adverse to risk and more willing to conduct covert action when ordered by the president, going places no one else can go, doing things no one else can do. Wow. Yeah, why not CIA decline to comment? Crazy. Regardless, I don't think we have to go through this whole thing because I'm not foreign policy. Oh my god, what the fuck? We got the memes. 1951 instantly orchestrated a coup that overthrew President. How do you, it's Arbenz Jacobo, I think is how you pronounce it or whatever. Arbenz of Guatemala, ushering in decades of instability. CIA backed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961 ended in disaster. Let's go. 1964 coup in Brazil. Che Guevara, other people in Bolivia. Oh, yep. 1973 coup in Chile. The Contra fight. Let's go. Let's go. All the memes. Let's go. Let's go. Whatever happened when people thought World War III was going to start because Venezuela was going to invade Guyana? Did that shit ever solve itself? Or oh, I guess it did. If you want to manifest your jubilee, need me to talk about as to how you imagine it would be like. I heard we are back in a game of coups. Maybe, and okay, we'll see. It could just be. This is my theory, and okay. I think. I mean, I get it was apparently leaked on the condition of anonymity first, but I think part of the reason Trump has said all this insane Trump shit might just be because he wants to get a win by saying, "Oh, we got a fucking deal with Venezuela," and he just wants to make the regime in Venezuela scared. Okay. Wait, whatever happened? So what happened to? Why did this end in 2024? Um, I don't know. Socialism on the rise, coups are back, assassinations are back, and political unrest close enough. Welcome back, 1950s to 1980s. Let's go. If I just look up like troop withdrawal, did that shit ever? Did they ever do that? Was there an ideal ever? I remember Brazil sent troops. Okay, in March 2024, Venezuela passed a law that designates, I don't know how to pronounce that, Essequibo as a new state of Venezuela, governed from the territory, from the city of, not even going to try. The law was submitted to the Supreme Court, constitutionality, signed agreed to participate in further talking in Brazil. However, the exact timing is unknown. Okay, wow. I guess they are somehow talking it out in Brazil. I don't know. We'll see what shit happens there. Anyway, easy money if you're still here. You wanted me to watch this, I guess. Apparently, Zorhan had to apologize to the cops. That's all I've been told about this. Um, but also patrol. I mean, just real quick on the manifesting it by imagining what it would be like. I know what it's gonna be like because of well, I know broadly what it's gonna be like because one, I mean, Jubilee has just done middle grounds before between capitalists and communists and capitalists and socialists. There's this one capitalist and communist which is a year old. There's the capitalist and socialist one, which is like 7 years old by now. And when you apply to it, like there's if depending on whether you choose capitalist or socialist, there's two different questions that I asked related to it. Like for the one for capitalism was like, how do you respond to critics who say capitalism increases income inequality and stuff like that? So I know broadly, I think the two main things that are going to come up are essentially the morality billionaires and um, innovation under capitalism and socialism. I think those are kind of the. I know for sure those two things are going to be, in the in the prompt somewhere essentially. Not about why are you inciting next civil war if you're violent pro-capitalist rhetoric. Also, your mic sounds like it has two discrete volume settings that are going back. Why is it doing this to me? Hold on. I don't think it would be this, but maybe it's this. Recording. Oh shit. Oh my god. Of course it does the fucking thing. Nope, it's not that. Alright, I don't know. How I fucked it up so badly. Is it better? Not that I'm leaking our group chat. Oh no. Oh no, it's over. Off and back on. I don't. Oh, what's up, Sauce Rama? I don't think it's. I'm pretty sure it's just because I talked with the filters a little bit ago because I was like way too quiet on like the last stream. But I don't think my compressor is set up for what it's like right now, bruh. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's something.
Move on to New York. You want to be the mayor of New York City, which, last night I chat GPT'd, where is the capitalist and global finance center
Bro, really, bro? We're doing this on the news now.
of the world? And it said New York City, which made me feel good as someone who loves New York City. Is that a moniker that you're proud of and one that you want to continue for this city?
We should be proud of it, and I will also say that that's one thing you have in common with Andrew Cuomo, because he also uses ChatGPT to answer many questions, including how to actually resolve the housing crisis in the city. And
right.
It's
Okay, fucking base though. Let's go. Actually,
time that we are not only proud of us being the financial capital, the cultural capital, but also we should make it a capital of where working people can afford to live in the city. Because right now what we're seeing is that 1 in 4 New Yorkers are being priced out of the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
That's absolutely true. One of the things that's also true is that JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs have moved major operations to Texas.
You think Zoran is hot? For a politician, Zoran is definitely up there, right? I mean, I feel like that's not controversial.
Not abandon New York, but they're hedging their bets on New York because of the increased taxes that they see coming if you become mayor. So when they do that, jobs move out of the city as well. So how does that help affordability if people in the city don't have the jobs that they once had here?
Well, I'm looking to make this a city that every person chooses, whether they're a business leader or they're someone who works for that business. And the key ways of doing that are actually delivering quality of life.
Zoran is cute, not hot. 6 out of 10. I mean, it's not wrong. Is that 6 out of? That's not 6 out of 10 for a politician, right? It's 6 out of 10 overall. I think it's fair to consider Zoran relatively hot for the space he's in. All right.
Public safety and affordability for each and every person. Because what we're seeing right now is we have a.
If I was an audio engineer, crank the gain on a mic so that the compressors work on 100%, then turn down the gain in the compressor stage. I don't know. Crank the gain where? I have a gain in my. I have 3 different. I have the gain in my actual audio interface. I have the gain in the compressor. Are you surprised that Color Gate is still going? Is it still? How? I don't. I mean, there's nothing. Is there anything actually new? Honestly, I'm not that surprised people still talk about it because they'll talk about it until there's a new Hassan drama. But I'm surprised people are milking it. Well, actually, no, I'm not surprised people are milking it this much. Actually, that's a lie. No, I'm not surprised.
Broken status quo. we have a corrupt political system, and we have the politicians that sustain that. That's really what's on the ballot, is whether New Yorkers want to continue that, or whether they actually want a city they can afford. That's what I'm going to deliver.
So, Governor Hochul, you would have to get approval from the legislature to raise individual taxes, income taxes, and also corporate taxes in New York, which you've said you would like to do in order to pay for the free buses and the free childcare and the different programs, the government grocery stores and the like. She says no new taxes in her governor's race. So what are you going to do if she won't allow taxes to be raised? How will you pay for these programs?
I've said time and again that I believe these are the most straightforward ways that we can actually fund universal childcare, making buses fast and free. And I've said that the two clear ways to do so, raising personal income taxes on the top 1% by 2%, and raising the corporate tax to match that of New Jersey's corporate tax of 11.5%. Now, if there are other ways to raise this money to fund this agenda, the most important thing is that we fund the agenda. I still think that these are the most important and clear ways we can do it, and I'm thankful.
Can we please get tax policy wonk on Zorhan's team? Can we please tell him about, I guess, I don't know if New York could do a DVCFT that effectively because of the whole destination-based part, but I mean, they could do full expensing, at least within the corporate tax. Oh my God.
To have Governor Hochul's support in this race, and the fact that she said we have a shared commitment to delivering universal childcare for New Yorkers across the city and the state.
I think that's great. I think everybody would love to have free health care and free buses and all these things, but the question is, how do you pay for it? The city's already in debt. The governor says no to new taxes. Like Margaret Thatcher said, socialism's great until you run out of everyone else's money, other people's money.
Well, what Andrew Cuomo said is that if he had $959 million, he'd give it to Elon Musk in tax credits, because that's exactly what he did. And I bring that up to you to say that it's often a question of whether you have the willingness to spend that money to benefit working class people, not where that money is.
Just for that, Zorhan would now raise taxes by 5% on Tommy for their win. Listen, unfortunately, this is like probably pretty good rhetoric for a politician. I don't even, as much as I will complain about the corporate tax, okay, and there's no what I would consider actually substantive engagement between, I mean, she mentioned the jobs and everything, between the potential trade-offs between keeping New York the financial capital of the world or whatever, and also you aren't paying it non-fund. Wow, I never considered that, Vermi. Yes, only millionaires. Oh my God, wow. That's not true of the corporate tax. The corporate tax does have some, I mean, I don't live in New York, obviously, but the corporate tax does have some incidence on wages as well as prices. So, obviously, oh, what's up, Michael? Obviously, not only millionaires pay the corporate tax. What's up?
I have a policy proposal.
Okay.
Every time someone invents some new technology in the automobile industry, we brutally rape them. You support this policy?
That's a good policy because I'm not affected. Yeah, that's obviously not a...
Exactly. What? Why are you defending it? You're not even going to be affected. That's why are you bootlicking? Oh my God, bro. I hate socialists. Listen. Good luck with the Jubilee stuff. I hope you get in.
Hopefully.
Yeah. We gotta give you training sessions. We gotta give you training sessions.
We do.
Yeah. If you get in, then do a training session with Praxman. He knows all this stuff. Although he also applied.
I know. Yeah. Where did he say he applied, or did he say it in Discord server or something? I didn't see it on his.
In our DMs, I asked him. Yeah. Leaking DMs.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you both, I guess you cannot leak if you got accepted, so that'd be sad. But yeah,
I don't know if they really care about that. I'll have to find out, but I don't think technically.
No, I assume they don't let you. I mean, they don't let you know. They don't let you know who you're going to be against, so they probably don't let you know who you're going to be with, right? That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Either way. Zoran is annoying, bruh. It's good. Look, populism is electorally good. I never said neoliberalism is good electorally. It's just I don't want a recession, and I think if we cause a recession, that'd be bad for us electorally. Right? I don't want the U.S. to become the Europe 2.0. Right? Look at Europe. How sad it is. It's becoming a museum, and I don't want that for the U.S. Did you see the thing about Macron signing a bill in 2021 about zero growth, zero land growth?
Yeah, about the green fucking preservation bullshit and the zero expansion of whatever land use shit. Oh my God, bro.
That's just a suicide bill.
Yep.
It's the kill yourself bill. It's I'm signing it. Oh my god,
Listen,
bro.
okay, the French
No longer will I
pensioners,
call
all
him a
right, they
base
want to
neoliberal.
enjoy. They don't care about the future. They have like 5 years left anyway. Okay, they want to get their fucking pension
Yeah,
that pays more than the median worker and enjoy the green space that's there. Okay, apparently that's how French politics works. Oh my
exactly.
god,
I do commend him for raising the retirement age.
that's just growth, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes I'm questioning myself if it's worth it. It's literally the kill yourself bill, right? It's like, yeah, we're not gonna grow our housing. Yeah, good luck.
Yep.
Oh my god, man. Well, Zoran will surely not do that. He's smart. He's high
He's
IQ.
abundance though. He said abundance for the
economics.
99%.
Oh, yeah, bro. It's so annoying that like abundance has the right policies, but it's just Pavlovian. So it's just like abundant. You said the A word. Oh, he's based. Like, oh my god, bro. Abundance is a mindset. It's not a thing you say. It's a
True.
mindset. Okay. I don't know. Either way.
Well,
in the first
So what
place.
would you cut? What would you draw from to do it?
I don't think we have to cut. I've spoken about raising taxes on the wealthiest. And frankly, this is an issue that we have here in New York City, and frankly, even across this country. When I've spoken to Trump voters right here in New York City, Hillside Avenue in Queens, Fordham Road in the Bronx, they've told me it was cost of living that drove them to vote for Donald Trump. They've told me it was a promise of a lower actual, whether it be cheaper groceries, whether it be childcare, whether it be rent.
Right.
And what we're seeing time and time again is we're more focused on the question of billionaires and the most profitable corporations than we are on people who can't even afford to make ends meet in the city.
Well, we know affordability is an issue, and I think that all politicians are getting to an understanding of that, and I think that you've done a lot, actually, to bring people's attention to that issue. Let's take a look at the free buses issue just for a moment, because I know you said that the pilot project that you did was one of the biggest accomplishments of being an assemblyman. The Washington Post said this in an editorial about this. Quality inevitably declines when a service is offered for free.
I did its accent change there.
Vagrants and drug addicts would camp out all day on New York's buses, especially in the winter.
Zoran? Did I just not catch
Are getting to an
for Donald Trump. They've told me it was a promise of a lower actual, whether it be cheaper groceries, whether it be childcare, whether it be rent.
Right.
And what we're seeing time and time again is we're more focused on the question of billionaires and the most profitable corporations than we are on people who can't even afford to make ends meet in the city.
Well, we know affordability is an issue. And
it might just be, I don't know. I didn't hear much of it. It might just be because I'm on 1.5 times speed.
I think that all politicians are getting to an understanding of that, and I think that you've done a lot, actually, to bring people's attention to that issue. Let's take a look at the free buses issue just for a moment, because I know you said that the pilot project that you did was one of the biggest accomplishments of being an assemblyman. The Washington Post said this in an editorial about this. Quality inevitably declines when a service is offered for free. Vagrants and drug addicts would camp out all day on New York's buses, especially in the winter. Parents would go afraid to let their children ride alone. Wealthier residents would find another way to get around, but poor New Yorkers who depend on the bus would suffer the most. What do you say to that? Do you agree with that?
Well, I would say that they should actually look at the report of the 5 free buses we delivered across New York City. We didn't see an increase in homelessness. We did see an increase in New Yorkers riding the bus. We did see a decrease in assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. And we also saw a decrease in New Yorkers who were having to take a cab or take their own car. They were actually getting on the bus. More than 10% of new riders were doing so. That's why we care so deeply about this, because of the fact that it can...
Well, I have no clue. I don't have a super big stake in the fucking bus issue, so I don't know. I'm trying to find, by the way, the way Zohan's 2% like taxes it was set up. I think like the effective rate would jump like way more than 2% if you earn more than $1 million. But I totally forget the exact things that made it that way. I'm trying to find where I saw that, but I don't know if I just made it up. Zohan bus report. I don't know much about this, but the things I've heard is obviously. Oh, what's up, Faye? Oh no, what's wrong? What's the sad face for? The things I've heard is like if you just look at like New Yorkers' big issue with the buses, it's not the price of them. It is things like speed, and I don't even think he mentioned speed. He just mentioned homeless people, right?
And assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%.
What do you say? Do you agree with that?
Well, I would say that they should actually look at the report of the 5 free buses we delivered across New York City. We didn't see an increase in homelessness. We did see an increase in New Yorkers riding the bus. We did see a decrease in assaults on bus drivers by 38.9%. And we also saw a decrease in New Yorkers who were having to take a cab or take their own car. They were actually getting on the bus. More than 10% of new riders were doing so. That's why we care so deeply about this, because of the fact that it can actually deliver economic, public safety, and even congestion relief to New Yorkers who are looking to take these buses.
I know that you're turning.
Oh my God, he's so. I can't. Why does populism have to be so rhetorically effective? He's so. It's just such a. I mean, that's like, it's such a good answer. Median voter is gonna hear that and just fucking sell out. I did not mean to click on Jewish Voice for Peace. Goddamn. I don't even. This doesn't even link to the shit I saw on the thing. Kill me.
34 on Saturday, and I want to talk about your qualifications. Some say you have never run a business in your life, so I'm curious. And President Trump said that you never worked a day in your life. You worked as an assemblyman, and you've had other positions in the government. But what qualifies you from your life experience to run the largest city in the country?
I want to take this moment because you spoke about President Trump, and he may be watching right now, and I just want to speak directly to the president, which is that I will not be a mayor like Mayor Adams who will call you to figure out how to stay out of jail. I won't be a disgraced governor like Andrew Cuomo who will call you to ask how to win this election. I can do those things on my own.
You sniff rogue energy all the time. I snort it, obviously.
I will, however, be a mayor who's ready to speak at any time to lower the cost of living. That's the...
Okay, this is Reason, so they're like libertarian filled, so take that how you want or whatever. The city already tried a pilot program of 5 free bus lines in 2023 and 2024. While ridership unsurprisingly increased, the program ultimately slowed bus speeds. If enacted, Mondami's plan would cost at least $600 million to $800 million. In a July Slate article, transportation writer David Zipper pointed out that this is an inefficient way to spend taxpayer dollars, especially since the Metropolitan Transportation Authority buses are already the slowest in the nation. In fairness, there's like 5 bus lines in America, so... Should Mondami somehow cobble together hundreds of millions of dollars required annually, the MTA would have many far superior uses for the money, Zipper wrote. Low-income riders, whom the plan is supposed to benefit the most, tend to prioritize frequency and safety over reduced fares. We saw a decrease in rain. We saw a decrease in rain. Look, I can point to this correlates with itself. I would assume whatever report he's citing, which I would really appreciate if any website ever linked to the actual report. I might just ask ChatGPT for it. I would assume they would have, like, I don't think it's going to be that complex a causal inference, but I would imagine that they try to have, some minimum causal inference in it. I wouldn't ever go to a city that has an acceptable rate of bus driver assaults. I mean, everyone has an acceptable rate of bus driver assaults, okay? But I have no clue. I think it was just pointing out, like, it's not you shouldn't be concerned about whatever, like, potential homeless people or whatever mentally ill people getting on a bus and assaulting bus drivers. I think that was just this point.
The way that I'm going to lead the city. That's the partnership I want to build, not only with Washington, D.C., but anyone across this country. I think it's important because too often the focus on the needs of working class Americans, working class New Yorkers.
If I were a bus driver union rep, I would sue the city as soon as he assumes office. He's a cool bro. Bro, I guarantee you the bus drivers fucking union, whatever MTA union New York has, I bet they sue the city every goddamn week, bro. I bet it's insanely easy for them to sue the city. I bet New York has paid out $50 billion to the MTA union, okay? I bet there's been some crazy fucking cucked out shit that's happened there, bro.
Are put to the side as we talk more and more about the very kinds of corrupt politicians like Andrew Cuomo that delivered us into this kind of crisis.
So the question I asked you was what specific...
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to try increasing this real quick. Does this, I don't know if that's going to cause the issue with the varying levels again or whatever. We'll see. I don't know. I'm implying there could possibly be a correlation between free buses and lower driver assaults. You sound fine. I mean, hopefully it's good or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. I'll mess with it later off stream, I guess. But Michael, it's not intuitive that connection would be there. I can't think of a mechanism by which that would happen. A causal mechanism, I meant. Yeah, exactly. That's what I got from you saying that. But I think Sohan's point is just that this is not something that you should be concerned about. I don't know if Zorhan would even hold that there is an actual causal mechanism there between free buses and lower assaults.
Specifically in your background gives you the confidence that you can run a $115 billion budget and run this city specifically from your personal experience and your background.
I've been a state assembly member here in New York City. I've represented 130,000 people in Queens. And in the time that I've done so, I've not only delivered more than $100 million in increased bus and subway service, I've also secured $500 million in debt relief for working class taxi drivers. President Trump knows this. New Yorkers know this across the 5 boroughs. Taxis, as we're looking at them right here, are such a part of what we love about this city. And yet those same drivers were sold a lie about a ticket to the middle class if they bought a medallion. I stood with those drivers. I organized with those drivers. I went on a 15-day hunger strike with those drivers. And we secured $500 million in debt relief that allows those drivers to do more than just think about struggle.
How many employees would you be overseeing in the New York City government?
More than 300,000.
That's a lot of people. But thank you for answering the question. I know that you want to stimulate small business in the city, and we all walk around the city that we love, and we see a lot of empty storefronts.
Is this girl? Who is this interviewer, by the way? Is she right wing? Is she like a commentator at all or anything? Or is she just a regular, like more local, chill Fox News interviewer person? Base Fox News interview. I mean, from my understanding, there's plenty of just like local Fox News channels that are perfectly like normal. It's just a lot of the main things in Fox News are kind of crazy sometimes.
So give me your plan on how you would do that.
I don't, Martha McCallum. I feel like I've heard that name. The causal mechanism is socialism, and when you do more socialism, more good things happen. This is true. The causal mechanism is class consciousness.
To a lot of New Yorkers for whom their aspiration, their dream is in that small business. And
She's
I told them
61?
that we are going to make it easier to not only open it, but keep it open.
Oh my God, that Republican makeup is hiding a lot. God damn. The branding looks like National Fox News. I think it is National Fox News because it just said, in the description, it just said Fox News channel. It didn't say any like local channel or anything. And this girl's popular enough to have a Wikipedia page, so she's got to be something.
We're going to cut fines and fees by 50% because, as you said, we have a city government that has a $116 billion budget. It's not funded by charging a restaurant $25 a year for the right to sell a frozen dessert. We're going to streamline the regulations and rules that these small businesses have to adhere to. Because today, if you want to open up a bar,
no way, she's
shop,
61.
you have to fill out 24 forms, go to 7 agencies, 12 in-person activities. And furthermore, we're going to have a mom and pop czar, someone that'll help these businesses navigate through this. Because while we are holding these kinds of businesses to these kinds of rules, we're letting the most profitable corporations walk all over us here in New York City. And it's part of the problem where so many New Yorkers look around at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and asking themselves, there's all this money, why can't I afford $2.90 to even ride the bus?
So let me just quick question on that. And I want to get
Why don't we just, yeah, okay, it's the fucking, this is Republican makeup done well. I don't, it's crazy. It's crazy.
to public safety.
Bro, mom and pop czar. Bro, when did we adopt?
Activities. And furthermore, we're going to have a mom and pop czar, someone that'll help.
When do we start doing this shit, dog? Why don't we just, listen, we should be just as socialist as the most socialist country, Denmark, or whatever the meme is. I think people say Denmark and Sweden, where there's only one form to open a business, and it's actually more free market than the U.S., and there's no minimum wage or whatever. I did like that is a meme or whatever. Like you hear libertarians say, like, "Oh, actually, you say Denmark is so epic and socialist, but there's no minimum wage, and it only takes one form to open a business or whatever." Like that's a meme. That's silly because it's not really what people are wanting to measure and talk about. But unironically, can we just do that? Can we just do that, please? Can we just do that for all businesses? Who gives a fuck about whether it's small or not, bro?
These businesses.
We're going to go to a whole new wing of bureaucracy to make sure we can streamline rules and regulations for business owners. That'll definitely solve the problem. Exactly.
Navigate through this because while we are holding these kinds of businesses to these kinds of rules, look around at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and asking themselves, there's all this money, why can't I afford $2.90 to even ride the bus?
So let me just quick question on that, and I want to get to public safety because it's obviously another big issue for New Yorkers. So a lot of individuals in the city pay more than 50% of their income in taxes. When you talk about a fair share, how much more than what is the fair share? What's the number?
I've said that we should increase personal income taxes by 2%.
Is fair?
And my point is this:
that's like a 2%. Like surcharge or whatever. I think it's 2% on your total income. It's not like 2% on the marginal bracket, right? So you're not going from like a like at the top. I don't know what the top income tax rate is right now or whatever, but like at $900,000 or whatever, if the top rate is 30%, and you move in next year, you make $1 million. Like you're not paying 32% on the top marginal bracket. I think what you're doing is paying 2% on everything. Like it's not like in the marginal brackets or whatever. So it's a much higher effective rate than just increasing the marginal bracket. How's paying over 50% on your income moral? I mean, I don't know exactly what that's citing. I guess it wouldn't surprise me or whatever if that's necessarily true. But I would also kind of imagine that might just be 50% of like people's standard income. So it might be like 50% of your salary or something as a Wall Street trader is taxed, but you have like a lot of illiquid, like unrealized wealth essentially in like stocks and stuff. It could just be that. But listen, paying over 50% of your income is moral if your income is derived from resource rents. Okay, there we go. We did it. Figured it out, guys.
Half of your income. That's
if you're making $1 million in New York City, or more than that, you can afford to pay 2% more. And the reasons you can afford to do so is because that money will be used to better your quality of life as well.
Yeah.
Because when I speak to the wealthiest New Yorkers, I hear concerns about the cleanliness of the city, the quality of life in the city, questions of public safety. This money is the money that will be used to deliver on those things so that we can ensure that we have a return on investment for all of the money that we are raising and spending right here across the 5 boroughs.
I want to talk to you about public safety and your relationship with police. So just in terms of public safety, I want to go to an example first, because I hear from people that they don't feel safe walking home at night. There's drug addicts on the street, right around the corner here. You can walk around the corner and see people shooting up. A lot of garbage on the streets right now. The subway is something that people are really concerned about. Last week, 64-year-old Nicola Tanzi, who was a church leader, a pillar in his community, was brutally beaten to death. I tried to watch this video in preparation. It's very hard to watch in a subway station in Brooklyn. 25-year-old David Mazaregos had a 20-inch sword. He's the suspect in this case. He was out. They lowered his bail so that he could get out. He was already waiting a trial for attacking someone in Chelsea.
Oh no, he locked in. He's not doing the smile anymore. Oh no.
33 past arrests. You were in favor of bail reform.
No reason it wouldn't be moral if there's a strong social contract, something those countries historically have. I mean, if you want the serious answer for like what I would say, like I don't think there's anything intrinsic about paying 50% of your income into taxes being immoral. Like if the expected value of that is positive, because like maybe you just have like such low marginal utility on your consumption, it'd be worth like redistributing that, then like it would not be immoral. But practically, I don't know if there'd ever be a case where that that tax would be worth it.
Does that make you want to change your mind or think twice about reversing that?
This is a horrific incident, and it's the same video that I saw, and it's one that horrifies New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, and it's completely unacceptable. And what it makes me think about is the necessity of providing public safety in our New York City subway system and across the 5 boroughs, and also how do we end the revolving door? Because when you look further into the case of whether this individual or so many individuals, especially those suffering from mental health issues, what we find is so often the only mental health system that we have that's functioning in the city is Rikers Island. 40% of the incarcerated population there are suffering from serious mental illness.
Why was he on the street is the question. Why was he on the street?
Because we have a broken system.
They lowered his bail. He had a bail he couldn't pay. Then they lowered the bail, and then he could pay it. Imagine if you're this family. And they look at 33 prior arrests, and why? Why was this man on the street? What would stop him in your administration from being on the street?
Because what we would do is actually address
mental health.
That someone who goes through the system this many times is actually, his issues are addressed, the services are provided. Right now, all we have is going in and out, especially when it comes to mental health. I'll give you an example.
Where would he be in your world? Where would he be? In a mental institution?
He would actually be getting services from the first time that he was arrested, as opposed to having to go through them 33 times. If you look at the New York Times, they did an investigation on 1,000 different incidents of violent crime in the city tied to mental health episodes.
Yeah.
Can't wait for the DSA to denounce this guy. I'm sure people already have or whatever. I'm waiting for the apology. Easy Money told me he apologized to the police in this or whatever. But I mean, this is like the standard lefty beam, and I don't think it's 100% wrong. I do think that like we should probably, just reopen I agree with the Avi Bitterman take. Okay, reopen the insane asylum. Let's go. I don't know. There probably are a lot of people, like a lot of the repeat offenders probably just do have like underlying mental health issues, and like I don't know if all of them can necessarily be addressed. So some of them are probably going to have to be in facilities indefinitely, but just have a fucking asylum or whatever. I want to say it's Denmark, but that has least income inequality, but highest wealth disparity, though. Wait, what are you talking about, Michael?
They found that so many of those same...
Everyone else will opt out of taxes to the Jamaican economy. It'll be more like Central American high-tax economies than the European high-tax economies. I mean, I don't know, I don't know exactly how high taxes are Central American countries or whatever. I would guess to the extent that people don't pay them, a lot of it is just administrative issues that have to do with state capacity. Obviously, New York and the New York City probably have the state capacity to enforce high taxes if they want. The risk would be capital flight, obviously. And for a city, it's probably a lot easier to leave a city than it is to even leave the country or leave a state. So you would imagine sort of the elasticity of capital flight to taxation would be even higher there.
New Yorkers were failed by the interactions they had with the city when they went for help, for mental health assistance. And that failure is a blight, it is a stain on our city, and it's a failure that I'm looking to fix by actually transforming this with the only comprehensive plan for public safety of any of the candidates. Because what we are going to do is put out a plan and a proposal that we have shared with New Yorkers to create a Department of Community Safety that would bring together all of these pre-existing silos that
New York City has the highest taxes of anywhere, I swear to God. It would not surprise me.
address mental health crisis, that address...
Well, no, don't they? Well, the corporate tax is lower than New Jersey's, don't you know?
Into one department, provide it with the funding necessary, and actually address.
Where do these people go, though, is my question. Are you going to put them in a mental institution so they can be taken care of, or are you going to leave them at home on medication? What's the plan?
There's a plan right now that allows for involuntary confinement, which I think should be a last resort, because of the fact that when you look at the actual results, this is something that so often doesn't actually have what has been spoken about. But what we have today that actually works for New Yorkers with serious mental illness, there are things like Fountain House. This is a clubhouse model, peer-led rehabilitative treatment for New Yorkers with serious mental illness. It costs $4,000 to have someone in Fountain House for a year. That's the cost of being on Rikers for 3 days. And what we
don't they pay corporate tax and business tax in NYC? Well, I don't actually know what the business tax in New York City is. It wouldn't that like? Wait, that'd be fucking hilarious. I have no clue. Is that true? NYC business tax versus corporate tax. Look at that spelling, folks.
We see, however,
unincorporated business tax and the general corporation tax. I think this is just for different like classifications, though, of corporations or whatever. I'm technically homeless. Well, don't you live in a fucking yacht patrol, like a base person?
Is that those services, they increase employment by 50%, they reduce hospitalization by up to 45%, and they actually reduce the cost of healthcare as well for those same New Yorkers. This is what we're looking at. This is why we say Rikers is broken.
I mean, you can just see people who are suffering up and down 8th Avenue, just as one example, and I hope we'll have a chance to talk more about that next time, but I don't want you to leave without me asking you about your relationship with the police, because obviously this is a big issue. You said in the past, and I almost don't need to go through it, it's been said many times, but that you called the police force racist, said they were a major threat to public safety, called them wicked and corrupt, and now the report that you apologized to 24 members of the NYPD. What did you say to them?
I apologize for the language that I use, and I spoke to them about the fact that I want to work with them to deliver public safety, because what we're seeing in the city right now is we're asking officers to do nearly everything we can think of. We used to ask officers to focus on serious crimes. Now we're asking them to focus also on the mental health crisis, to focus also on homelessness. In 1 year alone, the NYPD receives 200,000 mental health calls. In 1 year.
Yeah, and you know what they told me? That 1 out of 3 of those, the person they're very, very dangerous interactions. You're going to send a social worker in there?
You can always...
Ooh. She's actually pushing back in this one. Ooh, she loves the cops. Let's go. But if you're those types of corps, then I think you pay NYC corporate tax and business tax. Yeah, I'd have to look into it more. If you can link something, then okay, that'd be awesome. But
always have a police officer actually come to address that. But look, you're saying 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3 times. If you don't need the police and you're sending them to do that, then why aren't you sending them to respond to shootings and murders? 5-6 years ago, the response.
But you don't know which 1 out of 3 is going to be, though, right? What?
1 year.
Yeah, and you know what they told me? That 1 out of 3 of those,
that. But look, you're saying 1 out of 3, 2 out of 3 times. If you don't need the police and you're sending them to do that, then why aren't you sending them to respond to shootings and murders? 5-6 years ago, the response time for officers was closer to 10 minutes. Now it's closer to 16 minutes.
I want to see Destiny do a Mamdani interview. No, he can't. No, Mamdani is. He has the Hassan shock collar around him, bro. There's no way. There's no way.
New Yorkers deserve a police department that is asked to do the things that it can possibly do, not one that covers the failures of every break in the social safety net.
So police officers that I spoke to, they don't want a behind closed doors apology. They want a broad public apology for the things that you suggested about them. Will you do that right now?
Absolutely. I'll apologize to police officers right here, because this is the...
Oh, shit. Oh, looking into the camera. You forgot about the precogs? Kai is in an open-air prison. This is true. Unbelievable.
That I've been sharing with many rank-and-file officers. And I apologize because of the fact that I'm looking to work with these officers, and I know that these officers, these men and women who serve in the NYPD, they put their lives on the line every single day. And I will be a mayor that
What changed your mind about it?
You know, I moved to the city when I was 7 years old. I grew up here. And 2 of the things that I thought often about was safety and justice. And growing up here, learning about the case of the exonerated 5, learning about Sean Bell, learning about Eric Garner, learning about Michael Brown. And then in 2020, the year where all of these tweets are referring to, it was the year when George Floyd was killed. And it felt like safety and justice had never been further apart. And it was actually Eric Adams in 2021 who said that New Yorkers need not choose between these 2 things. And so one of my focuses was, how do we deliver that justice? And now what I know, having represented 100,000 people in Western Queens, is that to deliver that justice, you have to also deliver that safety. And that means representing the men and women in the NYPD. It means representing the black and brown New Yorkers who've been victims of police brutality. It means representing the Muslim New Yorkers in my district.
Central Park 5 was guilty. I've never at all looked into it. But I mean, weren't they initially convicted and then it was overturned later based on DNA shit? I could be wrong. That was my understanding of it.
Who were surveilled on the basis of their faith.
And 68% of independent voters want more police officers on the street. And Cuomo tomorrow night in that debate, he's going to say, I'm going to bring 5,000 more police officers to the street. Will you match that and agree with him on that?
I don't look to Andrew Cuomo for leadership.
Well, will you put 5,000 more cops on the street?
I've been very clear. I want to keep the number of officers that we have, and I want to make it easier for those officers to do their job. And what that means is that we allow officers to focus on serious crimes, and for all of the focus on
I would hire 20,000 social workers.
Headcount, we should focus on the retention crisis. When I started running for mayor, 200 officers were leaving the department every month. Now it's 350. And a lot of them are leaving because there's simply no way they can do their job in what's being asked of them. And to your point, however, Andrew Cuomo is going to say a lot of things tomorrow night on the debate stage. And frankly, I wish it was more like NASCAR, so New Yorkers could see the billionaires that were sponsoring him right on his suit jacket. Because this is a man who had 10 years. And I know now that it's politically convenient, he watches Fox News as well. So I'll just speak to him directly. Andrew, you had your chance to lead the state. You took that time to sell out working class New Yorkers to your billionaire donors. And instead of actually meeting the needs of people who couldn't afford to live in the city, you gave $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. And now you want us to believe that we can't spend less money than that to make every bus fast and free in the same city.
All right.
It's so over. It's so over. It's so over. It's so over. We're there's no point. There's no point. I surrender. Socialism is gonna win. Oh, it sucks that Elon Musk is such an evil billionaire, bro. Oh my god, it sucks that like we can infinitely. Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good to say. Not only is there the natural intuition about billionaires being bad at being able to say, oh, you gave infinite tax breaks to billionaires, but oh, the fact that it's Elon Musk. Oh, it's so bad. Oh no. Mondami is probably going to win though. Mondami is like almost certainly going to win, right? Isn't it like 70-30 in the betting markets last time I checked? Trickle down doesn't work. Trickle down is meaningless. Yeah, Zoran's at 88% right now. Gonna be reading Mark soon, non-fun. Yeah, Zoran's gonna send me to the re-education camps. It's over. I surrender. I surrender. Put me in the nice ones.
I'm squeezing two very quick ones here, if you can answer them quickly. Commissioner Tisch, you have suggested that you want her to stay. Have you asked her to stay? And has she said yes? Because I think that is one issue that would go a long way towards police retention.
I've said that I appreciate Commissioner Tisch's record of uprooting corruption in the upper echelons of the NYPD. I've appreciated her presiding over drops in crime across the city, and I continue to actively consider her to be my police commissioner. I haven't made any personnel commitments.
Okay, so you don't want to ask her right now?
No. That's the kind of conversation I would actually have in person, in private, not a politics opinion.
Okay, it's an issue that a lot of people brought up with me when I told them I was going to be speaking with you. Last question. You want to have a World Cup czar. I know you're a huge soccer fan, Arsenal fan. I have a lot to learn about soccer. I'm happy to admit that. I look forward to learning more. That would be great. What is this World Cup czar going to do for New York City business?
The World Cup is the largest sporting event in the world, and it's as if no one has been thinking or talking about it here in New York City government. It's coming next summer to the city. We're going to have billions of people watching. The World Cup czar is going to ensure that this is a tournament that New Yorkers remember as well, not just those who visit us. That it's a tournament that will signify an increase, not only in tourism, but for small businesses and an exploration of the city.
Maybe if you surrender earlier enough.
We have had these kinds of opportunities that we've just passed up on. I mean, we recently had the 400th anniversary of New York City.
Bro, why does the World Cup trickle down and not anything else? Corbin's in the waiting room. I wonder what he wants to chat about. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Not much.
Hey.
Yeah.
What you up to? Yeah.
Not a ton right now. Basically, I just started or whatever. I don't know. I watched a Zorhan interview because my chat wanted me to. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I was thinking we needed to collab at some point. I don't think we've spoken officially before. I've spoken to everyone else.
Not outside of DM.
I've spoken to I've spoken to like Parker, Rin, Scratch, Cringy. I don't think I've ever seen you. You're never on TikTok though. You're never in any of those.
I hate TikTok. I'm never gonna be in TikTok. That shit sucks.
That's valid, but it's a pretty quick way to grow your platform, I will say.
It's true, but it's annoying. Okay, it's not even. I mean, it might even. I don't know. I feel like you can edit videos for YouTube, although I'm lazy and I haven't edited in like 2 weeks or whatever. But those tend to do fine or whatever. And I feel like I don't know. That's more fun for me. But yeah, I've done TikTok like once or twice before. I think I did my own stream like once, and I've hopped on a few other people's streams before. But
I mean, honestly, it's a good way to like just randomly collab with other large content creators because a lot of people do like random requests if you're doing debates. I've now like exchanged information with people who have hundreds of thousands of followers and shit. So just because, you know, you get in a debate panel with them and they're just randomly there, and then, you know, then you have some ground to go and approach them on some sort of a camaraderie between the two of you.
Yeah. I did. I have a little bit more stuff to do it now. Basically, just because I bought stuff just because I want to do. I think I'm gonna do like an IRL stream at the No Kings protest in, well, I think 3 days by now. So I have like microphones and shit I can connect to my phone and do stuff.
Oh, nice. Where the next No King protests happening at?
I mean, there's a bunch of different like local ones. I mean, I think they have a map on their website or whatever.
Sure, I didn't know they were doing another protest.
Yeah, on the 18th they are. Yeah, it's all like locally organized stuff or whatever, but it's all under the same banner. But yeah.
There we go. Nice. Oh yeah. Probably won't be as big as the first ones they did, but yeah, I've been wanting to go to one of these. I hope there's one like in Florida that I can check out.
Oh, I mean, there's definitely. I don't know how close you are to the cities, but like any relatively big city is going to have one for sure. Even at I live in North Carolina. Even in my like relatively small town, that's like mostly retired Republican boomers. Even we have one.
Yeah.
I'm going to drive a little bit to a
Nice.
bigger city, to the one in Greensboro, which is a slightly bigger city.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be more people there, hopefully. But you know.
Yeah. Maybe there might be one like in Miami. I know there was.
Oh, there's definitely going to be. There's definitely going to be one in Miami. There might be multiple in Miami, honestly.
Yeah. So that might be a good place to try and hit up. So I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah. So I was seeing you kind of do like a lot of econ stuff, which is pretty cool. You've done debates with a lot of Jubilee socialists.
Yeah.
I wanna. Have you seen any of the debates I've hosted on my channel yet?
I've watched a few of your live streams, but the ones I've seen you like talk to Andrew Wilson about DI or whatever. I've seen you talk to, I think you hosted a debate with,
oh yeah,
you hosted that debate with Andrew Wilson.
Andrew and Zoe Pill were there.
Yeah. And then you talked to whoever about DI. I saw you talk to Ryan a bit.
Oh yeah, I just debated Alex Stein and
Rob
Noor on DEI last night. Oh my god, they tried to argue that hiring female police officers is woke in DEI.
Which DEI shit, yeah.
Just because men and women have different physical standards they have to meet to do those jobs. Yeah, that was. Honestly, I was expecting better from Rob Noor. I wasn't really expecting much from Alex Stein, but from what I hear of Rob, from what I understand, he's like an actual. He seems like an intelligent guy. Like he can handle himself in a conversation. That was a pretty fucking retarded point to get.
I mean, he definitely is a
majority of the conversation.
He definitely can be a good debater and stuff. I used to have a way more favorable view of Rob Noor until I watched him I watched an old video of him talking to O'Connor Boy, and this was like in 2021. They had like a 5-hour debate, and oh my god, I wanted to shoot myself at every single point in that debate. Oh my god, it was so horrible. I don't think he was like that actively bad faith. There were like a few silly things he did. Like for example, like I think like he literally at one point just like went to Google and just like did the confirmation bias thing. I think they were talking about Medicare for all, and he just Googled like Medicare for all would shut down rural hospitals, and stuff like that. Like it's I don't know if I would consider all of that bad faith, but oh my god,
he may be smart, but you can only be so smart as a Republican, you know.
True, exactly.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'll get you on a stream sometime. I've been wanting to do more like liberal versus like leftist or far leftists on my channel. I'm actually I kind of just had a interview conversation thing with leftist Blondie.
Yeah, I know Anne. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I just did an interview with her, and we're kind of talking about, because she's further to the left than I am. I don't think she's a socialist, but she self-identifies as a leftist, maybe more of a soc dem. So we kind of went over some of her stuff and like what she thinks are highlights of the Democratic Party and things that she disagrees with it. I wanna I was talking to Scratch a few days ago. I want to get him. Is Cringy like a leftist or a socialist too?
Honestly, don't know all of them that well. I know Rinyield pretty well, but I know some of the people in the TikTok sphere I don't know super well. I think I talked to him once about it. I'm pretty sure Scratch is. I honestly don't know what
Scratch is
I don't
Scratch is a
know.
hardcore socialist. I was
Yeah.
on Parker's stream, kind of debating him a little bit on whether or not labor is whether or not employment is exploitative.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll get you on. I've been wanting to get, like, if Cringy's on, we could do like a 2v2, me and you versus like Cringy and Scratch.
Yeah, I will be. I am.
Because Parker doesn't like econ. Neither Rin doesn't really like econ that much either.
Yeah.
So when I found out that you were more kind of econ oriented, I was excited to maybe do a debate on one of those.
Let's go. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I am. I'm gonna be preparing more and more too, because I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be on it yet or anything. I did apply to be on that Jubilee capitalist versus socialist video or middle ground that they're doing like next month.
Oh, when are they doing that?
Yeah,
that'll be cool. I didn't know they were doing that. I applied for the one they're doing in November, but I haven't heard back from them. I doubt they'll probably end up going with me, because I think it's supposed to be, I don't know if I'm allowed to leak who it's supposed to be, but it's supposed to be a pretty big person. So yeah. And I only know who it is because I know some people who are confirmed to be on it.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think they'll still leak that, but yeah.
yeah, I won't say who it is, or at least who it's rumored to be. Fuck yeah, man. I'll get you on the channel sometime. What else you been up to, content wise?
I don't know, not a ton. I do some of the news cycle stuff, and then I do my boring econ reading stuff. So that's typically what I do. Yeah, I don't know.
Nice. Trying to think if there are any like econ related stuff I've been looking into recently. Not really. Yeah, no, nothing really econ related. The closest that would kind of tangibly be econ related was I was looking over a lot of the Letitia James indictments over, like, you know, her fraud case. And then I went back and I read her initial suit against Trump's New York company. I don't remember the name of it, but like his real estate company.
Right. Yeah.
But that's more having to do with like legal financial stuff rather than actual.
Yeah, I'm not read up on that either. Yeah. So.
Yeah. But what do you think about Trump's weaponization of like the fact that he fucking directed publicly his attorney general to go and prosecute his political enemies is fucking unbelievable.
Not that like, well, maybe it's ad hoc or whatever, but it doesn't feel that unbelievable anymore. Like this is just like basically what I expect from Trump by now. But.
Compared to politics like 10 years ago, it's unbelievable.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Of course, the standard for Republican behavior is literally in hell. So of course it's going to seem normal now, but you know, compared to any good person who values, you know, democracy and all that stuff,
right?
That's just fucking unbelievable.
I mean, all this shit is crazy. Even with, I don't know how much you follow this stuff. I guess it's still ongoing. The Lisa Cook, for the Federal Reserve, who was indicted on the mortgage fraud stuff or whatever, and like,
no, I didn't see anything about that. The only investigation that I was kind of looking into related to, you know, whatever fraud or what was it like? It wasn't fraud. It was bribery over Tom Homan, even though I don't know if it technically counted as bribery, or the legal justifications for it were really fucking weird. For why it didn't technically count as bribery, even though it obviously counted as bribery. But right wing's gonna cope.
Right. Yeah, Lisa Cook's one of the members on a Federal Reserve committee, and she or Federal Open Market Committee, and she was indicted on whatever or actually I don't even know if she was indicted. I think she might have just been like a criminal referral or whatever.
Is she a Trump appointee, or what's her?
No, she was a Biden appointee, but I mean, Federal Reserve is like it's some of the appointments are made politically. Like some of them are appointed by the president. Some of them are from private banks. It's not even all presidential appointments. But yeah, she was a Biden appointee. But obviously, the Federal Reserve is supposed to be an independent agency. Like it's supposed to be probably the most independent agency. Like you're not supposed to have any. I don't want to say any control over the Fed. You're not supposed to have any meaningful control over it. They shit over the Fed, and that's why so far. Last I heard, Lisa Cook was successful in arguing she probably can't actually be fired for this, even by Trump at least.
Yeah. God, remember when it was a huge scandal when Nixon literally only had a conversation with with his AG, or was it head of his FBI? I don't remember.
I don't know exactly, but yeah, like people don't. It's crazy.
Yeah, like, these are supposed to be independent agencies, but Donald Trump is directly trying to influence their behavior and their investigations for pretty clearly politically motivated reasons. It's just,
well, what's crazy about that?
Like we're not even a year into his first term, and I feel like he's done at least a dozen things that I can name off of the top of my head that I feel like are impeachment worthy.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, what's crazy? It's not that he hasn't done this with the other prosecutions too, but what's like crazy about the Lisa Cook thing is that like even if she did the crime, like Trump is just transparently doing it so he can get in his own terms a majority of his people on the FOMC, so he can essentially have more control over interest rates. Like that is transparently what Trump wants. Trump openly speaks about wanting to have a say in interest rate decisions. He openly will like lambaste Jerome Powell, like even in that fucking tour they did of the Federal Reserve building itself because of the renovations. He was like, "Well, I wish Powell would just lower rates or whatever." Like with Powell right next to him, like it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And no one cares. No one cares.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Republicans don't care specifically. Yeah.
Well, yeah. No. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, I just want to jump into chat, say hi. I got to go finish editing up a video. But yeah, thanks for chatting, man.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'll get you on the channel. We'll have you in a debate at some point.
Let's go. Hell yeah. Yeah. For sure.
Hell yeah. All right. Talk to you later, man.
All right. Yeah. Appreciate it. Well, I guess that makes me evil, huh? I don't know what we said would entail you being evil, Michael. Also, Tesco Johnson argue to bring back the gold standard. Dude, Trump in his first term wanted to appoint someone to the Federal Reserve who did, like, unironically want to bring back the gold standard. Bro, why does... Oh, my God. Can I search through people's shit on True Social, or is that... I don't know if that's a feature on True Social. I can. Let's go. Okay. I guess it's not useful. Probably has some stupid nickname for her. Oh, Cook must resign now. Where's the... There's one where he says, like, literally, he wants the majority of his people in the FOMC. At one point, I'm pretty sure he said Republicans are evil, and I didn't hear any pushback. I don't think he would like literally mean every single person who identifies as a Republican is evil. I think most elected Republicans are evil. I think like MAGA Republicans, who at this point is the majority of the Republican base, like, you know, certainly enable the evil. They don't care about the evil that the politicians do. I think it's silly to say like they personally are evil or whatever a lot of times, but people excuse Trump's authoritarianism because they felt the awakening was similar in nature, and then he pushed back his ex ante justified. Some people do that, but some people just have a hard on for Trump. Like it's just a cult of personality around him. Yeah, people don't even know, and people don't know the full scale of shit. So this is over, right? I mean,
Most people have no idea.
Right, good point.
Because the city didn't do anything about it.
Well, President Trump's going to make a huge deal out of the 250th anniversary of New York City. So maybe there's an example there. And he and his family, his son is a huge soccer fan. So would you welcome them to New York to enjoy the World Cup with you?
I would welcome them. It's time to fix it. And that's what I'm running to do.
The whole race.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Wow. Well, I gotta subscribe, guys. I don't understand why news articles never link to their fucking original sources. Okay, there's such a wonderful culture on Substack. Okay, where like if you mention any of the like bus lines or the report on it or whatever, like you would just link to the report itself. But like half the time there's not a hyperlink, and the other half of the time, like if I click on this hyperlink, it's not even going to lead to like his website or anything. It's going to lead to like a search of the recent website for the term rent freeze or some shit. Like it's gonna. I mean, this is another like op-ed or whatever. This is fine, but it's not like I hate when they just have a hyperlink to a search on their website for shit. I was talking about the median voter for like 5 years. He got ostracized from society for having conservative opinions. I don't know, easy money. I can understand how some voters could be frustrated with the woke shit, but like truthfully, I don't. I think people, and my understanding of polls reflect this. A lot of people just cared a lot more about the cost of living and their incomes, well, their real incomes, many of which fell under Biden, right? What's up, critically thinking veteran? What do you think the point of a human being's life is? I have no, it's way too broad for me to answer. I don't know. Live your life the way that has the highest expected value, okay, when considering all the long-term consequences of your actions on all sentient beings. Like, I'm not going to have a, like, cohesive answer to that, CTV. Remind me again, what was Biden's criteria for Pickett? No one, Michael, I don't think people gave a shit about that. I think people gave way more shit about inflation. Good answer. Wow. Anyway, as long as we're talking about taxes, the article on The Economist, I saw people talk about this on Twitter. I haven't read it yet. Big rich countries have rarely repaid debt with surpluses. Before the Second World War, defaults by leading economies were not unheard of. France forcibly made some short-term obligations perpetual in 1848. Britain never repaid some of its Great War debt to America. America itself passed a law in 1933 voiding the rights of creditors to demand repayment equal in value to a certain weight of gold after President Franklin D. Roosevelt abolished the gold standard, technically a default. Sure. Many European powers defaulted during or shortly after the Second World War. Trump successfully wielded wokeness in a saying Kamala was too focused on that and not the economy. Therefore, they them. I can agree with that easy money. I just think that's a like that's a rhetoric thing. I totally agree with that. But I also like do think the way I would like I think voters did have like some sort of intrinsic concern over their real incomes, many of which did fall under Biden. Over inflation, over the price increases, they just sort of had some natural intrinsic concerns over that. A lot of the culture war shit feels way more. I don't want to say forced, but like orchestrated, right? Like it feels like Republicans intentionally made big issues out of this, and voters didn't like naturally care about that as much. And I mean, I do think, like you see, like on the exit polls and everything, people said they were voting for the economy. They were voting for immigration, which is partly a culture war thing, partly an economic thing. And they hate brown people. Well, this is true. This is real. I mean, I think they were. I mean, the hating brown people thing is not wrong. I do like that's part of the sort of culture war aspect of the immigration stuff. And I don't even think. Most Americans, other than people like in cities on a border and stuff, or people where the immigrants were shipped to, which those were Democrat cities, and most of the people voted Democrat anyways. Like, it felt a very tangible impact from immigration economically. But okay, I have a few questions I would like to ask. If you would like to segue a little bit, but will become relevant. I mean, you can ask whatever in the chat, CTV, and I don't know if you're in my Discord server. If you want to join that, I guess we can. I guess we can chat. I don't know. I don't know exactly, depending on what the questions are. How old do you think the Earth is? Like, I think it's about 4.5 billion years or whatever. It's like 3.8 to 4.5 or something. The best estimates we have. During peak awakening, people were on board with most trans stuff, but sentiment fell off once people realized how BS transport is. But that all feel, like you say, people realized it feels like a lot of that was essentially manufactured by Republicans. Because, like, very few people are, like, tangibly going to be affected by the transport shit. That's what others have told you, but what do you think? Reason it for me. I mean, my understanding is based on like radiocarbon dating or whatever. Like, we can determine roughly how old the Earth is based on the half-life of carbon-14 or whatever. That's my understanding is we dig up a bunch of old rocks, and then we can test how much carbon-14 is in them, and from that we can estimate like how old the Earth is. That's my understanding of it. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, that's what other people have told you. Like, that's what the science says. I think it was forced pronouns that hit many of us at work. Maybe there was definitely like there were some things that were more pervasive in culture, but I don't think the transport shit tangibly affected many people. How old do you think dinosaur fossils are? Well, depends how old the dinosaur is, right? I mean, I think 65 million years ago, or whatever, is when the last ones went extinct. Do you not believe in dinosaurs, CTV? Is this what we're getting at here? The Earth is actually 6,000 years old, and dinosaurs aren't real. Also, what's up, Drumble? Welcome. Any Poggy Space. I mean, I think the latest dinosaur fossils would be 65 million years old, right? I don't know when dinosaurs first emerged. I don't know what the oldest dinosaur fossils age would be, right? How are fossils made? My understanding, like, typically it's when there are like bones or whatever, and as the bones, just like special circumstances, like as the bones biodegrade, like certain types of sediment can like fill the gaps of the bones or whatever, and it leaves behind the fossils. Ask your AI, please. Well, I mean, I just Googled it. When dissolved minerals carried by groundwater fill up space inside the cells of plants and animals, dissolved minerals catalyze in a cellular space and eventually form rocks in the shape of the animal or plant. Fossils and impression, bone and tissue removed by the process, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah. Anyway. Since then, there has been a norm that advanced economies always repay their bondholders, violated by Greece and Cyprus in the 2010s, but creditors still get burned. In advanced economies, governments spent about half the time between 1945 and 1980, gaining more from inflating away debt than they paid in interest. Carmen Reinhardt of Harvard University and Maria Belen Sabranica of the IMF. The average annual savings in interest expenses range from 1 to 5% of GDP. I tried to explain it to you so I can understand. I don't understand anything you just looked at. I mean, I don't need to. I'm not gonna spend the whole stream of CTV looking up how fossils are formed. I mean, it seemed like the AI. I agree with what I said. I don't know. You can ask the AI for yourself or whatever it says. When an organism dies and its remains are quickly buried by sediment, which protects them from decay. Over millions of years, layers of sediment build up and harden into rock, and minerals seep into the buried remains. A process called permineralization, which replaces organic material with minerals. Like, that's essentially what I said. Where you don't have an AI. This is literally Google AI overview right here. Oh,
Shooting back to
shit.
Counterpoint's stream, but BRB, I can have a quick talk with you on Greece and its financial collapse and why.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I freeze it at $10. I don't know. I think I know roughly why Greece had a collapse or whatever, but you see the picture, right? I mean, I saw the picture. I mean, you can join my. I don't know if you're already in it, Grassroots Hegemon. If you're in my, you can join my Discord server if you want. But I can join Discord in chat. Those are in the description. But I mean, I guess we can chat. I think I know the outline or whatever. It was a two-front collapse. I'm in your Discord base. Fossils are formed through rapid burial with water due to flood. Are we? I think on CTV. Are we going to? Are we going to argue Noah's Ark is what led to fossils? I feel like that's where we're going with this, and that seems rather stupid. Nothing to shore it's all. Be careful what you wish for, Anon. So I would really like to answer CTV that Bones is asking. Like, are we just defending the Earth is 6,000 years old position? Is that what we're doing here? Ban him. CTV is like another streamer or whatever. I'm not going to ban him. But biggest single episode of debt reduction identified in 220 years of data by Barry Green of the University of California, Berkeley, and Rue S. Steves of the Geneva Graduate Institute occurred in Britain between 1947 and 1956. The country's debt to GDP ratio fell by 131 percentage points. About half of the drop came because inflation exceeded interest rates, although I don't know how to pronounce these people's names. Are at pains to point out that America's simultaneous debt reduction of about half the size relied more heavily on economic growth. 1 second, guys. Ruth. Want us to go back to before the First World War to find debt reductions driven by budget surpluses in big economies. I know who he is. College instrument found in dinosaur? Wow, crazy. Back then, the gold standard did not allow for inflating away debts. From 1986 to 1913, France shrank its debt to GDP ratio from 96% to 51%. Britain managed to run 9 decades of primary surpluses after the Napoleonic Wars to slash its debt to GDP ratio from 194% in 1882 to 28% in 1913. America nearly wiped out its debt at 30% of GDP using surpluses between 1867 and 1913. Eisen Green and Steve's top 30 debt consolidations, the only one in the post-war era that was achieved primarily through budget adjustment among the G7 club of rich countries, was in Canada between 1997 and 2006. Canada is also part of a small group of rich economies that has managed to avoid a big run-up in debt today, as the next chapter explains. What's up?
Hey, how's it going? Am I on stream with you?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Just wanted to check. So, The main two things is that there was a complete collapse in industrialization in Greece at the time that happened as a result of essentially having a market driven by tourism. So when that faltered out, they lost everything. So their development market, they didn't have one. So they lost everything there immediately, which would be survivable if you had sort of the economic clout to and I apologize, you might hear my dogs in the background.
Sure.
But you might have the economic clout to survive something like that. In the way that America survived 2008 relatively well, and I would say the same of Canada in most ways.
I mean, wasn't I've never done a deep dive into Greece or anything. The issue I've heard is, because obviously they joined the Eurozone, they didn't have like control over their own exchange rate. Wasn't part of the reason tourism fell? I could be wrong, just because the exchange rate was like so.
Well, no, they didn't necessarily want to join the European Union because the dollar to deficit difference was so much that it would have actually hurt them. They had to do it because it gave them reliability. What it cost them was money. It cost them in cash asset. So it devalued the GDP of the company. And when you consider like the entire nation to be a company, that's what the GDP functionally is. It hurt them more than it helped them, but it gave them credibility. It let them lean on someone else to make up that deficit, and they had to do that in order to make up that difference. So that would be the second part of that equation, was that was not something that Greece wanted to do. They had to do it because they were scrambling for ways to correct what was fundamentally like a gigantic market failure, and a huge percentage of that. And this, you disagree with me here, but you can feel free to disagree. But I think it's been repetitive.
I mean, I'm not gonna have enough knowledge to hardcore agree or disagree with much of what you say. I mean, my understanding, like I said, it's like Greece just had some like initially sort of irresponsible fiscal policies, and like when 2008 hit, like a bunch of creditors like lost confidence in them, and I think it was worsened by the fact that they were because they didn't control their.
They had been fraudulent, literally directly fraudulent on a national level, not on a company to company level, which you can sometimes get over that. As bad as that sounds and as bad as it is, you can sometimes survive that if your economy is big enough. Their economy was not big enough, and they were doing it fraudulently on a national level. They were literally cooking the books. So that's so they were lying about what their incoming and outgoings were in terms of GDP. So they hot cooked the books on the GDP side, which encourages spending, but that spending has no banking to back it because they weren't backed by the euro yet, not to the extent that they should have been. And then the confluence of those two things was enough to essentially put them completely underwater.
But I don't even know, like, what the hell would I even
until 2019
look up to like find, like, would I have to look up Greece lying GDP? Like, I have no clue even.
Oh, I'll send you some stuff. I'll send you some stuff in Yeah, but no, Greece literally lied. They just fucking lied about so one of the first things that has to happen when you leverage yourself in the way that America has, and in a way I disagree with, but
Wait,
plenty of people
Brother
more
McKay, are you
clever
like
than me.
are you on a walk or something? We can hear something.
Oh, actually, sorry. Let me get away from the road.
You might hear my dog.
I'll mute myself.
You might hear Hobbs. He's generally welded to my hip, and he's the size of a fucking small school bus. So, but lay down. Okay.
Okay, I hope there isn't too
better?
much background noise.
That better?
Seems to be better.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that was big guy. No. So, and sorry, but no. Generally, I think they had a problem that was welded to a bubble that was a bubble based a little bit on transit and people coming into the country and then leaving and spending a whole bundle of money while they were there, essentially. So it was all tourism. They didn't really have a whole lot else.
What do you think of Nanfon's argument that because they were part of the euro, they couldn't devalue relative to any of the countries near them, which means that it was already
they couldn't be appropriately valued in time, and the in time part is really the important part, right? Because they could be valued at the euro, but the euro defines its own right to press people out of it, and they were trying to do that to Greece. So Greece wasn't able financially, their financial sector was not able to confirm that they would still be in the euro at that point. So then,
probably would have been beneficial for them not to be on the euro. That's the argument, is that they couldn't devalue their currency at all because they didn't have, or I don't know exactly how presumably there's some voting rights or whatever within the European Central Bank, but they alone can't control.
Right. Yeah. They were going to lose their monetary status in the euro because of how financially unstable they'd become. And they did that on the back of borrowing, a shitload of borrowing. So to me, that's at least part of a source of the problem. I would call that a significant contributing factor, at least. I don't find that to be unreasonable, but they recovered really well afterward once the euro was back on the table. Huh?
Greece did?
Greece? Yeah, in 2014. Yeah.
I don't think Greece was recovered by 2014. What? No shot.
I mean, even then, that's 6 years after 2008. So.
Yeah, I don't even think America's unemployment level was back to where it was in 2014. Like, I'm pretty sure we were still, 2014, I think, actually might have been the year we...
No. We had a total financial collapse, right, in 2008. And it did not take us 6 years to recover. It took us about 3.5. We essentially had gotten back to a sustainable level in about 3.5 years. It took Greece over 7. So, and the reason for that is that they didn't have the economic standing that the U.S. does. So we could kind of cloud ourselves up and front it like we didn't. Canada did something very unusual, which was front end their clouding up of all of their banking institutions, and they basically bailed out everyone before they needed bailed out. So
Wait, I mean, just real quick,
Canada
like
got
this
to kind
is
of
only one metric, obviously, but like in onset of the Great
sure.
Recession, November like 2007, we had 4.7% unemployment, and it took us
Yeah.
until November 2016 to get back down to 4.7 again. I mean, obviously there are other like not
We
some,
didn't get back to the same number. We got to a stable number. I think that might be the hair I'm splitting with you a little bit.
I don't like
So
it was a pretty consistent
a
downward
stable
trend
number of
from its peak after
5.5%
the recession
is
until
stable.
COVID.
No, I think 5.5% is like pretty stable for the U.S. economy.
Well, hold on, what do you mean by
And
stable? Okay, so like 5.5%. I mean, that's probably a little
we're in
high.
we're in really good shape at 5.5%. We're pretty good.
I think really good shape at 5.5% is stretching it, but like 5.5% is not like a crazy level of unemployment. But it wasn't like stable as in we leveled off at that.
It would be 5.5% would be bad in Ireland. It isn't bad in America.
I don't know. I'm
There's
pretty sure most European have higher unemployment.
we make quite a lot more fucking money than Europeans do, and it ain't even close. It's they're 30% under for the same job. So at least 30 to 60% under. For my job, it's 65%. So it really is. Unemployment is a different thing for Europe than it is for the United States. It's not equivalent. So 5.5% as opposed to 3.5%, which would be too little unemployment, frankly, for my taste, then that would be radically worse for their economy than it would be for an American economy. So we can start from there if you're okay with that.
I have no clue. I don't even know what we're arguing.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about mass unemployment at a simultaneous time with stock market and for Americans, especially for Americans, this is where we hurt worse than Europe does. Stock market stag behavior, where the best behaving companies are holding mum. They're keeping even. And keeping even is a loss.
Okay, wait. I don't even know what. Wait, you're talking about America, right? But what time? I don't even know what time period you're talking about right now, bro.
I'm talking about 2008. 2008. Okay. And we'll walk our way up to 2014, okay? And I'm happy
why
to
are we doing
have
that
walk with you. Because that's the time frame I gave you. We can cut it earlier than that if you want, but
let me see how that relates to Greece or whatever. But okay.
It absolutely relates to Greece, but it relates to Greece in terms of the fact that it took Greece until 2014 to begin to see for us to break even in 3 years. It took Greece 6. It was not.
Wait, what metric are you even looking at? If I look up Greece like GDP per capita, I don't think it recovered in 6 years. I don't know if it hasn't recovered by now even. If I look up like Greece,
no, not by GDP, no,
regular GDP, like it's not gonna.
No, so one, yes, it has, but two.
Wait, what do you mean? Yes, it has what?
No, the GDP of Greece is now back to where it was.
I'm looking at a graph right now. You're just wrong. It was 300. This is total GDP. It was 351 billion in 2008. It's up at 257 billion right now. It's basically the same thing per capita. Like it peaked at 29,000.
Was it in the last year and a half?
No, it just has never recovered since 2008. It went down up until about 2020, and since 2020 it's been going up. Like it's
Yeah. So okay. So it may have been a projectionary number that I was looking at. That's entirely possible. But in general, Greece is moving back onto having their GDP be flat, right? Which is what America did. Canada is different. Canada,
we
and
we're a lot better than that. Like our GDP is way higher than it was in 2008. Like
so you're a Canuck?
I'm what?
Are you a Canuck? Are you Canadian?
I'm not Canadian. No.
Okay. All right. Just curious. But
yeah, I'm American.
Okay. So the Greece's problem was that it was highly over leveraged and it had no material assets to export, really, none at all. Which is a position that America functionally is in. And I actually don't have a problem with America being in that position at all. I think that's fine.
Okay, I'm just like, what are you basing any of this on? Like, what economists have you read that presents this view? Or like, what are we even...
Oh, like most of them.
I don't think that's...
As many as I can, but
okay. Just name one.
Sure. Like my most recent read has been Scott Galloway.
Okay.
The one after that is Rory Sutherland. The one after that would be motherfucker, the guy from The Big Short. Shit. I read his book, and actually, I thought it would be dog shit. Frankly, I thought it would be a terrible book, written by an idiot, and it turns out it's mostly, very
the only one
middle of the road.
The only one I
kind
recognize
of
was Scott
economic,
Galloway, but I don't think he is
not economic advice.
He's just
for legal purposes, but I find it to be reasonable,
business
not absurd. So, yeah, but I would consider any one of those three are my three past reads, and that's sort of where I start at. So, is there a recommendation you have for me?
Not like really, because again, I haven't read a ton about Greece. I don't have like strong opinions on it, but I don't think I don't think
can recommend me anything.
I would recommend reading like an actual economist, and I don't think any of the people you mentioned count really.
Which one? Which one would you like to pick?
You could read. I'm sure Paul Krugman I know has written about it. I'm sure Scott Sumner has stuff about it. I'm pretty sure I've seen John Cochrane, I think is how you pronounce his name, talk about it. Like,
yeah, no, I've read John Cochrane's book. Yeah, that was years ago, but yeah.
Wait, what is his book even?
I think. Fuck. I read it, I think, 5 years ago, give or take.
Which one?
The
only one I know is this
first of his.
This is the only book.
John Coughlin?
I recognize his. I don't think any. This is like the only like entry level book he has. Right? These are all like academic shit, isn't it? Wait, sorry. What'd you say? You said what book of his did you say you read?
You said Cochrane, right?
John H. Koch. I don't know for sure how to pronounce this last name.
Cochrane. John H. Cochrane. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Here, give me 1 second.
Right. Of course.
I have it sitting here in my room. Well, you can be as skeptical as you want, but
I'm very skeptical. But just
okay.
you should know this about him if you know anything about him. Like, what do you know? What like view of inflation he has? Like, what relatively controversial view he takes about what causes inflation?
Yeah, he is not a 1-to-1. No, well, actually, that's not entirely true. He does say that fucking spending does cause inflation, but he has the same position fucking Milton Friedman did, which is that
No.
you can cause inflation in two different locations.
You were like touching on it, but no. Like Milton Friedman, inflation is always and everywhere. Monetary problem is not the same as John Cotrane's fiscal theory to price level stuff. That's not.
No,
I don't think that's.
No,
I don't think that's fair. But all right.
No, those two things are not mutually exclusive. The crisis cycle.
I don't think they're. I don't know if I would say they're totally mutually exclusive, but I think it's. I don't think it's fair to say.
He would either. I read the fucking book.
You can't even tell me which book he read. You can't even name me like. I don't even think you understand. The thing I was touching on is like I know he writes a decent amount about the fiscal theory to price level because that's something.
Explain it to me. Talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old.
I haven't done a ton of reading on this, to be clear, and I don't read much of him. I've read a few of his blog posts.
Weird. I would be.
I recognize I can like I know I can understand like the broad views of economists, and I have read some of his blog posts, to be clear, and like know who they are and what they advocate for without like having read much about like their own work or whatever.
Talk to me. What's the problem here?
Problem is, I don't think you even know who this guy is, and I don't know. You didn't name a single actual.
Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck if I ever found out who he was? Who gives a shit? Tell me who he is. Can you tell me?
Yep, he's an economist.
Can you tell me?
Blog.
Can you talk to me about him? Can you tell me what he said that you're so worried about?
So he is a believer in the fiscal theory of the price level, that government deficits are like the main. I don't know exactly how far it goes with it, but like the main sort of driver of inflation. That is an idea that is sort of contrary to Milton Friedman's idea.
Oh my God. If only someone in the last couple of 100 years would have come up with that. Wild. No, he doesn't attribute it to that. That's bullshit.
You don't think he believes in the fiscal theory of the price level?
No, he does. He does to an extent, but he doesn't, not exclusively. Same is true of Milton Friedman.
Did Milton Friedman believe in the fiscal theory to price level?
Yes, with qualifications. Milton Friedman was also a Georgist.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe. Well, I don't think that's fair to say either. Maybe I'm gaslighting myself. I don't know.
Well,
Jack can correct
Milton Friedman.
My understanding, Milton Friedman was a monetarist. He was a big quantity theory of money guy, but could be wrong. I don't know, folks. Maybe it's some passage out there about.
Yeah. You would be one of those wrong people right now. So no, there's conditions of context of Georgism that are acceptable to Milton Friedman, and you're not far off with John Cochrane, who essentially reiterated Milton Friedman in the early 2000s. There's not a whole lot of fucking bread to be buttered between them. They're essentially the fucking same.
Okay. You know what do you know what the equation of exchange is? Can you just like tell me the?
Sure. Yeah. So
I'll give you the first half. M times V is equal to.
So looking,
okay,
yeah,
nice one, buddy.
MV equals PY, all that kind of shit.
Oh, we did it, yeah.
Okay, well, why would that matter to me as an investor?
Because whether or not you know it.
And by the way, as an investor, who makes more money than you? Okay.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
There's whatever I know about money, I know it intuitionlessly and in a very, sort of basic way. I never pretended that wasn't the case. What I can say is I have enough money to set it on fire and not worry about it. So my understanding of that portion, the money supply versus inflation, I will outpace inflation 12 times out of 10 always.
I'm not disputing that. Well, actually, 12 times above the rate of inflation is a little much, but sure, I'll believe it.
No. I mean, 120% of the time, I will be beating inflation. So,
well, if you,
math is a little bit tricky, but
that doesn't. Still doesn't. Doesn't.
No,
You're being hyperbolic. If you literally need 120% of the investments you make have a return higher than the rate of inflation.
No, I just have a really broad swath of investments.
Okay, but no matter how many investments you have, only like the maximum amount that can have a return higher than the rate of inflation would be 100%. You could say you beat inflation 100% of the time.
All right, this is the most autistic shit I've ever heard in my life. I'm saying my returns are over 20% across my.
Okay.
Right?
Light the fire.
Yeah, you were.
Thanks, Patrol, for $100. Let's go. I appreciate it, Patrol. We are potentially traveling for Jubilee. Okay, so all the donors mean a lot right now. Okay, they are very helpful. I appreciate it, Patrol. I appreciate you having your yacht money for me as well.
I would anticipate I'm very conservative in this way. I would say 105%. I have no trouble making 125% reliably. Will that continue to be the case? Probably not. No.
I think the answer is no. Are you invested in stocks? Do you do like some private equity shit? Or like what are we?
Private equity and a mixed market mutual fund, and that's it. And then I have a fair amount of money in gold and also in foreign countries. Yeah.
Okay.
Foreign countries. So I have a fair amount of money in foreign currency. I have a fair amount of money,
like a 20% return, 20 to 25% return. You said on like foreign currency trades. Like, what are we doing there?
Between everything, yeah. A lot of it, I will say, is still where I sold over half my Nvidia, and I caution people against this all the time but I sold half my Nvidia. It's still my lion's share winner, which is concerning to me. I do not like having a 380p company being my lion's share. I find that to be worrying.
Well, I don't know if there's anything else we need to talk about, buddy.
I don't think I have to talk to you at all.
You don't have to. You voluntarily
have a good one.
But yeah, you too, buddy. Appreciate it, I guess.
Glad one of us did.
All right, I moved him back to the waiting room. Okay. That was interesting, I guess. It's not a good thing, everyone making unlimited money. Real. Yeah, I don't even know. I recognize this book. I don't even know if this is out yet. I've seen him promote it on Twitter, I think. All of his other books are like academic works or whatever. And it's funny because it is on the Euro. I think it's out. Maybe we should check it out then. I wonder what it says about Greece. Post Capital wants to fly from Greece to Germany. Greece bank to. That's just a hypothetical, I guess. last few years have gained a lot, so you were to average 20%. Ain't that hard? I don't. Maybe I don't invest money enough. I don't. 20% seems like a pretty large. Like it seems like you'd have to be a pretty savvy investor to consistently average 20% returns, even over the past few years. That was interesting. It definitely was. Bottom line, the euro has become a vast fiscal transfer scheme from country to country and to banks. The EMU is more of a fiscal union than you think. I add, it did so unwillingly, and we stress the poor incentives that these fiscal transfers induce. Reforms are pretty straightforward once you state the problem. Look at NVIDIA stock. He mentioned that's stock he owns. Well, yeah, he said apparently half of his returns or whatever from that or whatever. But also North. I don't want to. I'm not gonna. I like technically. I don't think it would matter or whatever. I don't know, but I applied to the Jubilee thing. I will find out eventually, and I don't think I can disclose whether or not they let me on. I might be able to. I don't know. I remember. I think I remember. In the tariff savings and investment thing, I've read this. He mentioned Greece. I think he said basically Greece had a problem with kind of similar to what he argues the U.S. has, which where essentially the trade deficit can reflect us borrowing money and using it to finance a bunch of short-term consumption. 2001, Greece joined the euro. By doing so, it forestalled inflation and devaluation. Should it borrow too much and not be able to repay, European financial markets responded by offering very low interest rates. Greece could have used the money for productive investment. Instead, it largely went on a consumption boom. Porsche went south, paper promises went north. When the lenders figured out what happened, they refused to roll over loans. Old crises of short-term debt, and the famous Greek crisis erupted. Yeah, for more details, see crisis cycle. Yeah, hedge fund returns aren't usually that good if I remember correctly. Yeah. Doing 20% in 1 year is easy. If you can get consistent 20% returns, you're either very lucky, you should be running a hedge fund. Yeah. I don't know. European banking makes no sense, bro. Okay. The real test is they keep gains when the bull market ends. That's when these last few years gains can go up in smoke. Formal fiscal union now. Base. $35 seconds. But I have no clue. I have no clue where that guy even got his ideas. Okay, but apparently he's a investor guy. So, and he said he's coming back to Counterpoint stream. What are we even? I'm just curious.
16.
What the fuck? Isn't this a fucking Twitter retard, dude? Okay. I'm lurking at work. Well, I appreciate it, Orca. Welcome in. Have a good stream. Thanks. And what's up? Sovereign debt crisis. Greece 108. Surely none of the background is necessary to understand this. I just want to liquid Zulu thinks factory farms cognitively stunted people is morally permissible. Learned. Bays. No, I mean, that is the bullet they bite. And it's just like, oh, if you're a non-rational actor or whatever, you don't actually have any rights. Truly incredible. Truly amazing thinking we have here. I love full-scale NAP-ism. That's worse than any utilitarian bullets. Far worse. Yeah, but people don't care. Dude, it doesn't even. I don't even like. You can so easily get around it too if I just like you can be probably overall like a deontologist, NAP person or whatever, and just have welfare as a secondary consideration. Like there's nothing like I don't know why you're so committed to the view that rights are literally the only thing that matters at all times. Like even if you didn't want to assign a threshold to at any time rights being violated would be worth it for the just general welfare, just general utility. Like even if you didn't want to assign a threshold, I don't know why for sentient beings that you don't grant rights to, you can't have welfare considerations to them or for them. Like what? Like what are we like? Why? Okay, anyway, I think I'd have to read a lot of shit to understand this, and it's not at all worth it or relevant. But I have no clue. Like I probably watched one podcast with a guy who's not even an economist and came to his opinions. Hopefully, he's not still here. And capture the circuit of stuff. Argumentation ethics beyond retarded. Indeed. Dude, I posted on. Dude, I've been arguing about. Well, not arguing is a generous term. Oh my god, this was fucking funny. In my view, I had I swear the food I eat is normally better than this, guys. I was like really lazy one day. This wasn't even that recently, and I like literally just took the fucking tofu I had in my fridge and just put it in the air fryer. And I posted this because I thought it was funny to r/kitchen cells, and I've been arguing about people with veganism in the comments. It's been goated, bro. They don't like. Apparently, some of the kitchen cells are anti-vegan, or not anti-vegan, but don't understand veganism. What the fuck, bro? I don't see the issue. Realistically, if you eat the animal, don't eat the animal, still be killed. Also, most of the product you use at the expense of animal tests. I replied to this. I don't know where my reply went, but okay. Did you even add salt? No, but it's barbecue sauce. It wasn't even. It wasn't bad or anything. Like I ate the whole thing. Demand is fake intelligent redditor. I know. Obviously, and I linked the obviously there's the like murder club example that you can run through as well. I linked the post that explained that. Okay. Anyway, where were we before we got derailed by Greece? Jesus. I guess we can check this out. You don't eat that though, right? Eat what? That was just to troll people. I did eat that. That's not like my food. Don't worry, my food is usually better than that, folks. Okay, but I did like eat. I mean, it was like literally just tofu. And I just like had barbecues on the side. Like that's not. It's not bad or anything. I understand it probably doesn't look appealing to people, but like, bro, Palestinian refugees eat better than that. No offense. I've unusually seasons his tofu, his barbecue sauce tofu. Exactly. I mean, usually if I have tofu, it's like in an actual meal. It's not just a brick of tofu. But like, yeah. I mean, in that case, barbecue sauce was the only seasoning I needed, bro. I haven't actually read that much of this yet. I've obviously seen shit about this, but I like to eat / consume slop. I mean, I love the vegan soy slop, bro. Love it. Like no one should be surprised about this shit, bro. Like obviously we have a Groyper occupied government. Obviously, it's been obvious for so long now. Should not be surprising. Although apparently, I don't know. I've heard some people say, "Oh, actually, the I love Hitler," clearly out of context, clearly just a fun little joke, guys. But leaders of young Republican groups throughout the country worry that what would happen if their Telegram chats ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. They refer to black people as monkeys and the watermelon people, and amused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. I think, I think only one of these people actually works for the federal government. Oh, damn. I thought they were like staffers for people, right? Like they don't actually like work for the federal government, but I thought a lot of them were like staffers for whatever. Like I haven't read about it or whatever, but they talk about raping their enemies and driving them to suicide, and lauded Republicans who they believe support slavery. This is not surprising if you know young Republicans. Honestly, this chat is tamish for real. These people wait until the Discord logs get exposed, bro. Wait until Congress subpoenas all the Discord servers. Okay, William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the words N-word and N-word again, variations of a racial slur more than a dozen times in a chat. Wally Walker, the vice chair of New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Peter Gayanta, something, who at the time was chair of the same organization, wrote in a message sent in June that everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. Gayanta was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should become the chair of Young Republicans National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. Bro, this ain't young. I'm going to create some of the greatest psychological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers, he continued. Members of the chat responded, dude. Let's go. We gotta pretend that we like them. Hey, come on in, take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. Oh my god, bro. Can you fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. Joe Malingo previously identified himself as the general counsel for New York State Young Republicans, wrote back. I'm ready to watch people burn now. Oh my god. The exchange is part of a trove of Telegram chats obtained by Politico and spanning more than 7 months of messages among young Republicans leaders in New York, Kansas, Arizona, and Vermont. The chat offers an unfiltered look at the new generation of GOP activists, how a new generation of GOP activists talk when they think no one is listening. Since Politico began making inquiries, one member of the group chat is no longer employed at their job, and another job offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Representative Elise Stefanik and State Senate Minority Leader Rob Ort, have denounced the chat. Wow, we did it, folks. And festering resentment among young Republicans have now turned into public recriminations, including allegations of character assassination and extortion. Like, oh my god. Delivering ads here. The 2,900 pages of chat shared among a dozen millennial and Gen Z Republicans between early January and mid-August chronicled their campaign to seize control of the National Young Republican Organization on a hardline pro-Donald Trump platform. Many of the chat members already work inside the government or party politics, and one serves as a state senate. Yeah, well, only one of them is a like elected person or whatever, but a lot of them are in party politics or work inside government. I don't know exactly what the work inside government would entail, but together the messages reveal a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely, and where the Trump-era loosening of political norms has made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as the party's next leaders. The more political atmosphere is, the more the political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it has been with the emergence of Trump and a more right-wing GOP even before him. It opens up young people and older people to telling racist jokes, making racist commentaries. What the fuck? In private and public, said Joe Fegan, a Texas A&M sociology professor who has studied racism for the last 60 years. He's the ultimate racist, guys. Let's go. He's also concerned with the words. Concerned that words would be applied to public policy. It's chilling, of course, because they will act on these views. The dynamic of easy racism and casual cruelty played out often in dark, vivid fashion in chats where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. What a useless expert quote. He's the ultimate racist, bro. But yeah, obviously. Group chat members spoke freely about the pressure to Trump to avoid being called a rhino, the love of Nazis within the party's right wing, and the president's alleged work to suppress documents related to wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein's sex crimes. Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files. Alex Dyer, the chair of the Kansas Young Republicans, wrote in one instance. Dyer and Caddy declined to comment. Malingo and Hendricks did not return requests for comment. But someone involved in the chat did respond publicly. Geniata claimed something like that. I don't know. Shit. Claimed that the release of the chat is part of a highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by Gavin Wax in the New York City Young Republican Club. Drove an allusion to the once obscured internecine war that is now spilled into the open. I'm surprised we didn't pull the Mark Robinson and say it was all just fake news. Okay. This lecture was sourced by way of extortion and provided to Politico by the same people who were conspiring against me, he said. What's most disheartening is that despite my unwavering support of President Trump since 2016, rogue members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly simply because I challenged them privately. Hey, let's go. Oh my god, bro. Okay. I don't know if I care to read the entire thing, unless people are going to be seriously talking about that much. Not like you can just look at the tweets from fucking DHS or the tweets from ICE or any of these people, and like you can obviously tell they're all written by fucking Groyper interns, bro. Like this is not even like this is like Effler, Arthur. I can say retarded, doesn't matter. And N-word appeared more than 251 times combined. Like that's nothing. That's nothing. Wait, how many times has retard been said at my server? 126 results. I think there's only one instance of the F slur, and it's from Nicholas Decker. Oh no, there's two. One of them is from Nicholas Decker. One of them is from Grok. And I don't know if I think the N-word is automatically blocked, so I don't think there's going to be anything. Oh no, there are 3 results, but 2 of them are from links. Only one of them is actually a message. We got to get those numbers up, guys. Preferably only the Arthur. Exclamation in Discord in the chat. This is not an endorsement of racism, though. Or ableism. Few minority groups spared. Why Bones of Doom endorse all racism? They said some Jewish young Republicans leaked all this. Well, yeah, they said it was a coordinated effort by those who oppose him within the group or whatever. Even though he has supported Trump since 2016, the rogue members. Yeah, 1488. Oh my God. I think we hit peak non-fun for the evening. Thank you again for the treehouse. Wait, what? A treehouse? But bro, it's obvious. It's obvious. Just look at how any of them tweet about any of the deportation shit or anything. Or just look at how popular Nick Fuentes is. Although I don't know how many like actual like hardcore Groper Fuentes fans are in the Young Republicans shit, because they might all be like too upset about Epstein files and stuff. But the re-immigrate tweet. I'm pretty sure I saw. I don't even remember. That was recent, right? I don't even remember what that was exactly though. Oh, and yeah, it was just I'm saying remigrate or whatever. Let's go. Like, yeah. Like all like any of the like weird classic paintings, aesthetic shit. The 14 words, the HH, all the deportation ASMR videos and compilations. Kill me, dog. Remember when they said they were going to deny globalist entry to the United States? I think that was DHS. It might have been one of the other accounts in the administration, but oh my God, that's the fucking. Yeah, communist denied, terrorist denied, globalist denied. We got them, folks. Support non-fun right now. What are we doing? Influencer administration? It's not even. Well, it's partly that. It's horrible. Horrible. Anyway, stuff I actually care about. Okay. Stuff that's not obvious. Or less obvious. New conservative antitrust is not here to last. I don't even actually know exactly what this shit is about. But I saw I think Brian Albright promote this. And it seemed cool. So I want to read it. Elsewhere in the series, Tom Lambert has looked at recent statements by Assistant Attorney General Gail Slater of the United States Department of Justice Federal Trade Commission Chairman Andrew Ferguson and Republican FTC Commissioner Mark Madera to identify and critique their understanding of conservative antitrust. I think this is like a pro antitrust fucking thing or whatever like that. I'm pretty sure this is the big thing they write about. So take that bias as you will. Alpha, what are your opinion on Howard's endorsement of agent-based models? Is this heterodox heresy? Should he be executed for his crimes? Wait, whose endorsement of I don't even recognize the name. Nobel winner. Oh yeah. I haven't done. I mean, I'll do the fucking recent. Yeah, I'll do the. I need to do the reading on all their work, bro. You know what sucks now? Now I think people are gonna assume I'm trying to sound smarter than I am when I say creative destruction. that's the worst thing about it. No, I haven't. I was not familiar. I didn't even recognize them when they won. They were not on my radar at all. The one who wrote the like whatever socialism, democracy, and capitalism book or whatever. That's the only work of theirs that I've have recognized, I think. But I don't know about him or his endorsements and stuff. And Alvan, please watch.
Я не знаю, к чему он
I mean,
готовится,
you
но
sent this to me before.
точно
Tesla
готов.
dropped it.
В общем,
I've seen-
смотрите, виртуальные очки от Vision Pro
I already it's already on the way here. I already ordered one. I don't need to see it again.
Apple. Можно сделать всякие разные очки, можно включить себе любую передачу. И
Yeah, you did. Joseph Schumter is long dead. I need new material. True. This will kind of take a similar approach, but Lambert has covered his ground better than I would have. I will instead focus on where conservative antitrust is going or not going, as the case may be. I will first focus on the defining dimension of this new conservative antitrust, or as Tom rightly calls it, the new right antitrust. Following Mitter's recent appearances, I think it's best understood as the application of antitrust to achieve populist ends. Unlike the neo-Brandism approach to antitrust under the previous administration, which coupled concerns about market concentration with concerns about democratic outcomes, such that antitrust became a lens through all political disagreements could be seen, this does not give the new antitrust flavor an identifiable limiting principle that was sorely lacking during the Biden years. But I argue that this limiting principle is insufficient to chart a viable path forward. The Zane guy was not happy. So who am I out of the? Thanks for following, Joe Squiddy. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. The second part of this article, I will outline 3 challenges that lie ahead for conservative antitrust. First, while populism is a limiting principle, it nonetheless lacks definition. If proponents advocate a more forceful use of antitrust law to pursue what they view as legitimate but tailored ends, but as they start to make use of its power, it will become fast apparent that the promised tailoring is elusive. Second, many of the conservative antitrust targets, which have been out of favor with President Donald Trump during his first term, are now viewed with favor by that same president. This certainly includes big tech, and it might include other industries of newfound strategic importance to an America-first agenda of renewed global competition, tariffs, and inflation. And third, this latest effort to embrace an expansive understanding of antitrust law will likely be rejected or contained by the courts, the same fate that has met every past effort to give antitrust laws a scope that is not constrained by consideration of economic trade-offs. Well, before turning to the challenges I see for the Trump administration supports antitrust, be it conservative or otherwise, I will need to describe what it is I am critiquing. Here I will draw from Lambert's summary and then offer some additional thoughts. Oh, this is another pro-market article. Okay. Limber notes what it calls the new right antitrust shares some features with traditional conservative antitrust. There seems to be some continued commitment to some form of consumer welfare standard. Of the consumer welfare standard, there's emphasis on prices and output, concern about corporations abusing market power to rent seek, and a preference for ex post enforcement, remedying illegal anti-competitive behavior and its consequences after it has occurred, over ex ante rulemaking, establishing rules to try to preclude such behavior from arising in the first place. At the same time, the new right approach has features that rhyme with, if not outright echo, neo-Brandism views. For instance, it is an overly populist focus on labor issues and support for small businesses. These views express a preference for ensuring individuals have an opportunity to participate in the market over ensuring that the market performs well for all consumers. As Lambert notes, later citation to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream. Whoa, we did it, folks. Private tyranny is equated with government power, although the new right might draw this concern as much from the stories of big tech, censoring conservatives from neo-Brandism concerns that excessive market power has coercive effects on democracy. By the way, any of the econ people that want to send me more antitrust stuff, I feel like I need to do more. I think I have a decent baseline for some of this shit. Because I've read like this paper, I've read a lot of Brian Albright's whatever stuff. as well as the one Nicholas Decker thing, but I need to read more still. I know there's I was recommended the whatever Paradox of Antitrust book or whatever, but I don't know if that's really, I don't know if that's worth it to read. Actually, I might already have that downloaded. I don't know if I don't think I do. Fuck. And I need ways to make it intuitive because there's no way, like, the Jubilee conversations and stuff and other shorter conversations, like in a one-on-one, I can get deeper into things, but like, there's no way I'm gonna be in a fucking Jubilee video saying, well, actually, there's no causal relationship between the size of companies and markups. They're both jointly determined by the equilibrium, outcome by supply and demand. And, really what we should be concerned about is whether the size, market share is correlated or corresponds to the, productivity of the firm. Like, there's no, that's going to be half the challenge, as always. It's just figuring out how to dumb it down or whatever, make it more intuitive and stuff. Meadows offered the most developed presentation of his views, including most recently in conversation with Daniel Francis at New York University and in his remarks at the 13th Bill Kovac Antitrust Salon. 4 things stick out in those remarks. First, he emphasizes his view that traditional conservative antitrust is overly concerned with avoiding false positives, i.e., more concerned about regulatory intervention in anti-competitive behavior that turns out to not be anti-competitive than vice versa. Second, he rejects the judicial gloss of the Sherman and Clayton Acts, arguing instead for a textualist understanding of the antitrust laws that focuses on the plain meaning of words as used by Congress at the time the laws were enacted. Much of this judicial gloss limits the remit of these acts and thus the discretion of antitrust agencies. Third, Meta rejects the Borkian understanding of consumer welfare standard, which began to guide antitrust enforcement in the late 1970s. He would focus solely on consumer surplus, rejecting the relevance of producer or total welfare efficiency claims that Robert Bork included in his version of the standard. Okay, kind of based on a lot. Fourth, and perhaps synthesizing all of the above, Meta argues that there is no populism without antitrust. This, I think, gets to the heart of what the new right antitrust is all about, as he recently remarked. Over the past several decades, Americans have had less and less control over their economic lives. Issues that affect them are increasingly decided in faraway corporate boardrooms. Those decisions are made with spreadsheets and earnings reports in view, not real people. They're made on the basis of corporate bottom lines. HHI understanders rise up for real. Bro, OP understanders. Right, I forget what OP stands for. It's just 2 people's names or whatever. Understanders rise up. Where's the post on it? I also like some of the data on this, but I don't know. I don't know if it's ever going to be. I feel like to ever bring it up would be a fucking rabbit hole that you would have to go down, and there's no way you can do that with some of the leftists. Ollie Pakes. But he mentions, like, you see places that have market reform or experience market reform, like they see better competition as measured by the OP. And even across countries. there's kind of I really like there's one intuitive way to explain like part of the um general fallacies. I don't want to mean, but like fallacies that the like more populist people have of the like market concentration shit. And it's from the same guy. Like he gave an example of like if you lower search costs, you're probably going to increase competition, but also increase market shares of companies. So, like if DoorDash, becomes available in a in some local area or whatever, you're going to see more competition between the big restaurants, McDonald's, KFC, or whatever, on like because of DoorDash, right? Like they're gonna consumer search cost is way down. They don't have to like actually drive physically between its two locations. They just like choose a different place on the app, right? But you're also probably gonna increase both of their market shares. I think that's a pretty good intuitive example of the stuff. But when are we giving Steve Keen the Nobel Prize in econ for predicting 2008? Bro, when are we giving all the gold standard libertarian people the Nobel Prizes for predicting the hyperinflation after 2008? Okay, it'll happen, guys. It'll happen, guys. How have the MMT people not won a Nobel Prize? I don't know if I don't know if any of them know. Oh, speaking of this dude, more stuff to read. Let's go. Dude, Steve Keen he's been posting. He's been posting, bro. Where's the one thing? I forget the one thing he said. People were, oh, this shit. Number one poster for real. Which I've never dug super deep into this, to be fair. And I think, like, I'm sure if I asked Sam, he would have some decent defense of a more nuanced version of the, like, constant or falling marginal cost. It'd be really funny if Moser got a prize. Econ Twitter would literally go crazy. I mean, it would. Although, like, I don't even, they don't just award Nobel Prizes for being like fucking right or like uncovering like some new crazy theory or whatever. They also just award it for like making good, like having good design, for example, like papers, right? Like Hart Kruger was not like part of that was just for the design of the paper, right? It was not just for being right. So presumably if one of them came up with some new econometric stuff, they could write a paper and get a Nobel Prize. Do you think you will ever get into stock investment analysis? Probably not. But yeah, that's where I found it from. I think we wasn't always like this. This dehumanization of economic life is happening because all around the country and the world, the size and power of the largest companies have ballooned to unprecedented levels. Antitrust enforcement is one of the most powerful economy-wide tools available for addressing this problem, for helping restore dignity and freedom to working people who felt powerless against the seismic economic forces that steer our national economy. MMT will win a Nobel Prize. It just needs 15 years or so. Like I said, I'm sure an MMT or one day will come out with some new design. Not fun as Pharma's biggest fan. This is true. Fama's biggest fan. Sorry, Pharma's. I don't like. It is funny how often the fucking I get quoted at me. Like the one dude earlier said, like, "Oh, I'm a fucking investor. I have more money than you." So maybe I should get into it just so I can get more money than them and prove them wrong. That would be the only reason. And so I can donate to the Shrimp Welfare Project. Actually, that'd be the better reason. Putting aside whether this counts as correct, it should be noted that more than a century ago, German social theorist Max Weber gave a name to the idea that capitalist society, hydraulic forces, trap citizens in an iron cage of economic efficiency. Today, arguably, feels different only because modern technologies and media amplify and allow individuals to amplify their dissatisfaction with the human condition. I'm going broke, not fun as my going. You should take a real analysis already. Dude, I haven't, I don't know if you've seen any of this stuff. Star views. I haven't dipped my toes into econometrics. I've been doing a little bit of it. I've been working my way through some things. I read a little bit. I think I read a little bit of Brucey Hansen's one. No, not Brucey Hansen's one. This one. Yeah, this one. I've read like the first like 2 chapters of this one, and I've watched just like a few videos. I need to work my way through. I think I'm probably gonna work my way through some of this too. But analysis is just math, not even inherently econ related. Bruh. Math. Making me do math. Making me do math. Not even econ math. I do need to do it. I'm sure I'll have some econometrics. It's just statistics. Wrong. Better. Prove me wrong. It's more based. Okay. It's the only real type of statistics. Okay. Math is literally all grad schools care about. Yeah. And I'm sure. I know I have I'm gonna have to take quite a bit of math for school anyway. But anyway. It does offer a target for the new rights antitrust mission, to wit, prioritizing antitrust enforcement actions that will rehumanize economic life. That is, as Meadows argued, using antitrust law to advance a populist agenda. Indeed, as one of Weber's near contemporaries noted, what the dehumanization development of modern industry produces, above all, is a working class that will inevitably be modern industry's own gravediggers. Econ grad school is probably still boring. True, probably. Don't you, Copenhagen? Didn't you, or are you going for like economics and politics or whatever? Fake nonsense. Thought you literally were in econ grad school. I did undergrad econ and philosophy, and I'm applying to law school. Oh, so evil. Oh my god, so evil. Oh, the philosophy and then the law school. Oh my god. Oh my god. So horrible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Evil. Oh no. Every antitrust enforcer necessarily exercises discretion over which cases to bring, which policies to pursue, and how best to advance them. Focusing antitrust law on populist issues is almost certainly a coherent approach to making these decisions, but I expect that it is not one that will achieve the intended goals. Become an environmental lawyer, stop $1 million project. Let's go, babe. I see 3 challenges that lie ahead for conservative antitrust. First, it lacks definition. Second, it's beholden to the current president, and many of the targets of conservative antitrust are now viewed with favor by that same president. And third, its latest efforts to embrace expensive undertaking antitrust law has been, and likely will be, rejected or constrained by the courts. The same fate that has met every past effort to expand or remit to antitrust laws and empowers antitrust agencies. All I'm going to do as a lawyer is block housing development. I literally only care about stopping housing development. Yes. Oh my god, I'm going to stop every public transit initiative, every housing initiative. How's bro talking politics and gooning in the same stream? You don't see my hands. You never see both my hands. You don't know what I'm doing. What's up, Rickux Waka? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. I'm always gooning. Okay. guy's NIMBYism's strongest soldier. Real, I mean, it is. What's the? I know in abundance they have the statistics for the number of like lawyers. I think they talk, or it might only be for the lawyers in fucking New York or whatever. Okay, but the number of fucking lawyers has exploded, and they are NIMBYism's greatest enemy. They are abundance's greatest enemy, or greatest enemy. Abundance hates on legal profession so much is crazy because they're evil. They're evil. America has twice as many lawyers per capita as Germany and 4 times as many as France. Okay, populism is very much an eye to the beholder. Slater laments the forgotten consumer, the forgotten labor, and presumably also forgotten small business. But higher wages for workers come at the expense of lower prices for consumers and higher costs for businesses. What? Big and small. Lower, don't they know, actually? Minimum wages are good because even if they raise prices, the creative destruction, guys, the creative destruction. You're actually doing creative destruction when you do minimum wage. We have more lawyers and we're more prosperous. Correlation equals causation. This is true. Listen, in fairness, I'm sure some of those lawyers are exporting those services. And part of it's just because Americans who might have some competitive advantage in being lawyers, okay, because we are smarter and better and goated. And we have a stronger service sector. But might be probably other issues too. Lower prices and more variety require scale that small businesses cannot achieve by definition. A vibrant main street of small businesses means inconvenience for consumers and precarity for laborers. Whose populism do we defend? Don't you know? The community, bro. Have you considered the late community? We've seen this play out in the Google search case, where Judge Meta, I guess that's how I pronounce it. I don't know. Was able to find liability. A remedy to address it was hard to craft. We've seen this play out with the new rights re-embrace of the Robin-Patman Act as a tool to protect small businesses against supplier price discrimination. As Meter noted in a statement accompanying the FTC's very much correct dismissal of the prior FTC's RPA compliant complaint against PepsiCo, a key element of any RPA claim is proving discrimination between similarly situated competing buyers. By using the RPA to help small businesses who compete against larger businesses by ensuring them access to comparable wholesale prices is inherently unavailing unless you assume away distinction between consumers in different sales channels. In a world of the... I should... Read about this more. I should have a... I don't know. It's never going to fucking come up at all. But I should have a... I should just have a MAGA Maoism page and then have different sections within it. Commit more wage death based. I'm less productive. I pay my employees less. What am I? A small business owner, pillar of the community, hero, capitalism, recipient of PPP allowance, and a local chamber of commerce award for excellence and grit. Why does pricing have to be equal though? A bulk discount? Well, exactly. A bulk discount for volume has always been a concept. Yeah, it shouldn't. It should not have to be equal. Now, to be fair, there are more tests, and I'm not super well to get on there, but like there are more tests than just like is it equal or whatever. But people will, because people argue, oh, Walmart is able to get like lower wholesale prices, and therefore they're able to unfairly compete or like outcompete small businesses in local areas. That's going to have some, if not harm to consumers directly, it's going to have some harm to either laborers, or we're just concerned about market concentration more generally. So it's bad. It's evil. Big corporation, bad. It's the time to shit my pants at days. Literally, the fucking. Literally in the New York Times, talking about grocery store prices. The food system in the United States is rigged in favor of big retailers and suppliers in several ways. Big retailers often flex their muscles to demand special deals to make up the difference. Suppliers then charge the smaller stores more, which this part is just not necessarily true. And also, flex their muscles to demand special deals is also not really, like, there might be cases of that. Like, you can have more leverage if you are a big supplier or whatever. But, like, suppliers are still going to be, like, the suppliers have an incentive to offer a bulk discount without big retailers flexing their muscles to demand special deals. Like, those discounts are one reason independent grocers struggle to survive. They're a major reason we have food deserts. They're also a major reason the prices are so insane. Consider eggs. At the independent supermarket near my apartment, the price of a dozen eggs last week was $5.99. At a major retailer a few blocks away, it was $3.99. Right? An identical box of cereal, the price difference was $3. Any number of factors may contribute to a given price, but market power is a particularly consequential one. By the way, new Hassan dog video dropped like 20 minutes ago. What the fuck? We're not. I don't.
I'm Jake O'Neill.
Oh, nice one, bro. At least it's a different video this time. Master Vader. Food desert. It is. Food desert is another Pavlovian term, okay? Train style. Do you guys want to see something funny? I want to know what about that. I don't have that level of autism, bro. Been over this. Tylenol-free pregnancy. Look, this is the most you're gonna get out of it. Look at me, soy, pointing at the train, guys. Nice meme. You can barely even see the fucking train. That's why I'm discovering a way to turn my skin into a substrate to grow mushrooms and or plants. What the fuck? Oh, buying a burger so I can enjoy watching it and scrutinizing his actions. Non-fun shows his true colors. True. It was a meme. It was a meme. Dude, you know what? I don't want to talk about the Colorgate shit that much, but you know what? It is crazy. Maybe it's just because of the circles I'm in. Destiny has blocked so many vegans that I follow. I don't understand. Like, Destiny talks to so many retards. Apparently, like, I don't know how the vegans are the ones that, like, piss him off, bro. Like, I don't know how he's, like, blocking, like, randos on Twitter or just, like, vegan posting whenever he talks about the Colorgate stuff. Like, how is that the thing that pisses you off enough to block them? Like, what the hell? But regardless, okay. Drunk driving is illegal, but non-fun isn't allowed to drive. Dude, I am a really bad driver. Destiny is either just fine being evil, or any of his understanding of logic is gone. Real. Destiny has said that he does not think animals have any more value whatsoever. I know. Well, I mean, he's had, like, I don't want to say a number of different debates with Ask Yourself, right? And those types of people. And, like, he will just, like, bite whatever bullet they suppose or whatever. And like even in his fucking thing with Alex O'Connor, he was like, I just don't care. Tessany debunked veganism years ago and ask yourself never lived it down. Link to it in Discord.
Nothing triggers me more than a bunch of fucking retards that literally eat meat for 2 or 3 meals a day, acting like the killing of a random fucking dog is the worst fucking thing to ever happen in the history of the world. I cannot imagine what kind of a fucking, like, smooth brain fucking retard you have to be to walk out of a fucking Burger King with your fucking chicken tendies and your double fucking cheeseburger, bring up an article on your phone and fucking cry because a random fucking dog gets killed. Nothing triggers me harder than this shit. Holy fucking autism, dude.
Posting this under every Destiny Collargate tweet. Okay. Until he blocks me. I don't care about a sound shocking thought, but clearly it shows his character as a person. True. And also, like, I'm fairly certain also any other streamer would have gotten banned for that shit, but in the world of new right antitrust, the answer to whose populism we defend is most likely provided by the president. An important feature of antitrust in his administration is its chief enforcer's embrace of the unitary executive, both as a theory and as a man. All operations of the executive branch are realigned to serve the idiosyncratic goals of the president. This poses a second substantial challenge to this approach to antitrust. Sun has always just been a shield to me. I feed more off the anger of the carnage who are reeing over a possible shock collar. Well, it's true. The best example of this, again, is the Google search case. Despite the DOJ's efforts to get a structural remedy in the case, Trump seemed pleased with the lesser result. Indeed, in congratulating Google CEO, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, on the outcome, the president gave up credit for having initially brought the case in his first term, saying instead that Biden was the one who prosecuted that lawsuit. You know that, right, dude? Base, what, dude? I didn't even catch that part. Let's go. Huh. What is not law about being a shock collar? LOL, that's the weirdest part to me. Yeah, like that's the obviously not only does him potentially shocking his dog to keep him or her on stream or whatever show his character, but the fact that he's like so clearly willing to lie about it and like willing to try to hide it by putting tape over the fucking thing, and to my knowledge has not meaningfully addressed any of the shit people have said about it since. Like, I don't think, like, he still has not shown or even said the model number of it at all, right? Like, it's crazy. And also the old videos of him, like, dragging his old dog by the tail and shit, but more generally, aggressive antitrust enforcement against big tech has been a defining issue for new right antitrust enforcers. Holding big tech accountable is a top priority that Ferguson highlighted in his pitch to be named FTC chairman. But with global artificial intelligence dominance a key priority for the Trump administration, and was concerned about big tech censoring conservative speech, seemingly in a rearview mirror. The president's positive attitude towards big tech augurs against substantial antitrust actions against the industry. It is rather the case that Trump is currently focused more on protecting the U.S. tech industry from European efforts to regulate or expropriate funds from it than his own administration bringing action against it. It also seems that we are in a period in which the president will look favorably upon antitrust policies that focus on low consumer prices and high output. That is the traditional consumer welfare standard. This seems a good focus given the macroeconomic headwinds the U.S. faces that have potential to raise consumer prices and cool consumer sentiment further. If nothing else, one would expect that antitrust actions have the potential to limit or even reduce the benefits of economies of scale. Would not be welcome. that would have the potential to limit or even reduce the benefits of economies of scale would not be a welcome inclusion in the administration's basket of policies. Because they're a real big fan of economies of scale, bro. They really love. I wonder if there's any relation to trade there. I wonder if there's any relation to exporting firms there even. I wonder. Regardless. Last, perhaps most important, is the big wood chipper, the courts. Reader makes a not unreasonable case for textualism in interpreting the antitrust laws. Indeed, his history is largely correct, if inadvertently paralyptic. Congress enacted a broad Sherman Antitrust Act, which the courts then narrowed. Congress responded with a broad Clayton Act, which the courts then narrowed. Congress then amended the Clayton Act with the Seller Kefauver Act, something like that, which courts then narrowed. It sure seems like Congress wants broad antitrust, and it's reasonable that the enforcement agencies should therefore interpret them with fidelity to congressional intent and text. The problem is that the more likely alternative to courts narrowing the antitrust laws is invalidating them rather than giving Congress's meaning to them. The courts narrowed the Sherman Act because it would otherwise, on its face, make every contract illegal. That is both an unworkable and likely unconstitutional meaning to give to the text. But I have no clue. There's no way. I'm not that familiar with the actual text of the Sherman Act, but if a contract is a combination in the form of trust or otherwise, or conspiracy in respect to trade or commerce among the several states or foreign nations, is hereby declared to be illegal based. Okay, wow. What? I don't know. I mean, that's if a contract combination in the form of a trust or otherwise. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting the 1890s language or whatever, but this is saying every contract like that would lead to or that creates some form of trust or conspiracy is hereby declared to be illegal. Okay. Courts narrowed the Clayton Act, requiring the effect may be to be demonstrated with a significant probability as opposed to mere possibility. Otherwise, the meaning of the text would be too vague and overbroad, again, possibly unconstitutionally so. What is this? Paper elaborates 4 different reasons why the assumption of continual dynamic stochastic general equilibrium, which is now standard in mainstream macroeconomics, but is not used in agent-based macro, makes macro model less useful. 1, that assumes away most coordination problems. 2, it hides possible instabilities. 3, makes money look unimportant. 4, it makes inflation look trivial. What is this related to? Oh, this is the Howard dude. Oh, this is heterodox shit. Low key, you should get waves. Dude, that'd be. I think I would get canceled for that one. Don't think that one would work out. Actually, you know what? Trump is president. Comedy is legal again. Okay. Yeah, we can do it. Someone Photoshop waves on me, okay? Assume that the economy is always in a state of equilibrium is to assume that coordination has been achieved by some unspecified mechanism. Because an equilibrium is the state in which everybody's economic plans and activities are mutually compatible. This may be a good assumption for many purposes, but not for studying central macroeconomic problems of recession, unemployment, and inflation, all of which involve people acting at cross purposes. That is, even though those are literature and coordination failures, it is based on equilibrium analysis. Literature studies cases in which the economy can exhibit multiple Pareto ranked equilibria. There are insights to be gained from such cases, but they are limited to conditions under which non-linearities arising from strategic complementarity are strong enough to guarantee the existence of multiple equilibria. To my knowledge, no one has ever provided a convincing demonstration that such conditions hold in reality. Central goal of the macroeconomic theory is not just to explain why a decentralized economic system sometimes exhibits problematic behavior, but also to explain how it keeps complicated webs so well coordinated most of the time. U.S. economy, for example, spends most of its time with almost all the workforce gainfully employed, producing a level per capita income that would be unimaginable a century ago. How does this orchestra make such beautiful music without a conductor? Some people claim that general equilibrium theory provides that answer, but a system that is endowed with an auctioneer or any other costless mechanism that tells people how to choose mutually compatible plans and actions is by definition not decentralized. I don't know if okay, thanks, Kenneth Online. Okay, cool. Hello, valuable streamer. I noticed that you have few followers, viewers, and users who are not very active in the chat. I'm a qualified channel promoter, and I can help your channel gain massive followers and a wider audience. Trust me, no bots. Contact me in Discord. Broadcast Boost 5. Guys, I think I gotta reach out to Broadcast Boost 5. What about PG? He already watches gay porn. Do you think it would have the same reverse effect? What the fuck? Oh, you're talking to vegan. Oh, you confused what we were responding to there. Okay, wait, was this published? When was this published? When did he? This was 2025, right? Like, this year? $124. Very real kick chatter. Dude, I don't understand why the fucking. By the way, 2023. Kick filter system just does not work. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or some shit, but I have a lot of the words that he has in there banned, and it should not be getting through. But
guys, what one is your favorite? Huggy Wuggy Chic, Skewy Blue, Jumbo Sauce, Ben, Nab Nab. I forgot his name, the frog dude, and yeah, Flofaline, Bambalina, Skin.
Okay, in contrary to common understanding, the seller, I'm going to try, CK Act did not offer substantive revision to the antitrust laws intended to protect small businesses, as Jeff Main and I document in a forthcoming article, despite rhetoric from the Act sponsors about protecting small businesses. Seller, offer, whatever, itself only offered a technical amendment to the Clayton Act to address the widely recognized loophole. What would it be like if Trump played Roblox? Well, I think we just saw. That is unironically. Every day that goes by, that video becomes more and more like reality, okay? That becomes more and more like how Trump actually fucking speaks, dude, okay? Goddamn. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Everything is computer. Like, bro. It's true the atextual nature of antitrust law is disconcerting and problematic, but the digital gloss on these laws dates to an era before modern understandings of textualism Rather, antitrust law has long been treated as a rare area of federal common law, governed by the judicial president in interpretation of the various statutory frameworks. I will readily agree with Mitter that is not how it should be, but we part ways with this view that that it is not, in fact, how it is. More importantly, along these lines, it is the simple fact that we are in an era of judicial rejection of broad and ambiguous congressional grants of authority to the executive. Were the Supreme Court today to review the Sherman or Clayton Act anew, it seems unlikely at best the statutes would stand as written. This presents the ultimate obstacle for what purports to be a conservative vision of antitrust. It runs headlong into the much bigger and more successful conservative jurisprudence that has remade administrative law over the past 20 years, from the rise in a major questions doctrine to the demise of Chevron, the limits of Jarsky, and the likely revisitation of agency independence. Any purported conservative antitrust movement rests on broad assertions of executive authority based on broad and ambiguous congressional statutes is likely to find a broader conservative jurisprudence movement an immovable obstacle. I don't know. I have zero faith. Dude, I would fucking not bet my life. If there was a case that reviewed Sherman anti-fucking trust when Trump was president, I don't know. Supreme Court might disagree with Trump's argument. I don't know. Maybe I'm insane. Maybe it's the TBS, but goddamn. Our time to watch Lord of the Rings lore videos on YouTube. Well, thanks for stopping by, vegan. Conclusion: there are many ways in which so-called conservative or new right antitrust rhymes with its neo-Brandism predecessor. It does, however, retain features that bring it closer to traditional conservative practice. Most notably, the DOJ and FTC have rediscovered the virtues of ex post enforcement over ex ante rulemaking, an undeniable return to form. More substantially, the movement has embraced populism as its defining and therefore limiting principle. At first glance, it might look like conservative restraint on expensive authority. Populism is an inadequate principle too, incoherent to provide real limits. It strips of political meaning, inviting enforcers to wield antitrust tool of convenience and power. Ironically, that very incoherence is likely to undo the project, as shifting administrations redefine the people, and courts continue to confine broad executive authority. Monoconservative antitrust may find itself left without either coherent theory or durable legal foundation. Wow. I should have. I should make like a just fucking MAGA Maoism page, okay? I'm trying to think how I would have it laid out. Wait, hold on. Private equity and other investors harm competition in the pharmaceutical industry. Is this based? You'll let me get distracted real quick? I need to go. I need to go on the private equity super ultra based arc. Okay. Because that's what a lot of the memes, progressive thought memes, fall into as well. I need the free press. I think I made a. Hold on. Do I have a? I have a page for the Intel deal shit. Is it? How do you spell Maoism? Yeah, it's MAO. I thought that's right. Yeah, damn it. And I probably need to. I mean, the issue people just will have ad hoc justifications for everything, so it doesn't fucking matter. But it probably is worth just drawing up like a general outline of like, hey, like all the shit. Well, not all the shit. A lot of the shit Donald Trump does for the economy is not even like anything to do with sort of the traditional conservative policy in the economy. But people, it doesn't matter. People have ad hoc justifications for everything. No one. I won't say literally no one. Maybe there's some people out there, but almost no one would have been like, yeah, America needs lithium for its national security. And the best way to do that is for the US to take a 5% stake in lithium mining companies. Like no one was saying that. It's all just ad hoc justifications for what Trump is doing. No one would have said the like the deals with the pharmaceutical companies, for example, as well. I need to include that in here. I just have like a general page of like just Trump deals with private companies. There's gotta be a better way to phrase this, whatever. But like all the like weird tariff relief for certain whatever benefits shit. I should have pages for like just all of that shit too. Or that should be in here as well. Not that again people are actually gonna fucking care, but where's the? I know they linked to the same thing that he had with Pfizer. How do you spell Pfizer? Oh, right, it's a fucking F. And then you know what else will happen there probably. It's just like it's not like as far as I can tell, there aren't many details on this plan or anything yet. We're doing now. We have the real awesome industrial policy that we really needed. Price floors, yay, yay, yes. Trump administration will set price floors across a range of industries to combat market manipulation by China. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told a in a CNBC exclusive interview this Wednesday. China has driven foreign competitors in the rare earth industry out of business over the past few decades by using its global dominance in refining and processing to slash prices, Bessent said. This doesn't even, what does this mean? It'd be like one thing if we like accuse them of currency manipulation or something, also what's up north. But like, this doesn't even mean anything. It's just using its global dominance in refining and processing to slash prices. Yeah, if you're more productive at something, You lower prices. But yeah, exactly, North. More social policies from Chairman Trump. I don't know if you're a little bit here earlier, but I need to just have an Ocean page like outlining some of this shit. But the issue is, a lot of it is not going to matter for most people. People like, I mean, it's funny when you talk to Gibbs and people like that or whatever. Like, none of them are. It's all ad hoc justification for things. None of it is like principled positions, and like none of it is like almost no one would have said prior to Trump being in office that like, oh, the best way to do industrial policy is for Trump to take a 10% stake in Intel, right? Like, this is all just like an ad hoc thing that we're doing here. But when you're facing a non-market economy like China, then you have to exercise industrial policy. Besson told Sarah Eisen at CNBC's Invest in America forum in Washington, D.C. We're going to set price floors in the forward buying market to make sure that this doesn't happen again, and we're going to do it across a range of industries. The Treasury Secretary said, without naming specific industries, the administration was looking at beyond rare earth. Of course, and I hate it. Every day I have to fight the urge of eating myself into a diabetic coma base. Because also needs to set up a strategic mineral reserve, President said. JP Morgan Chase is interested in working with the Trump administration to create such a reserve. Rare earth used to produce magnets that are crucial to inputs in weapon systems like the F-35 warplane and Tomahawk cruise missiles. Rare earth magnets are also essential for civilian commercial applications like electronic vehicles. The administration is working to set up a domestic rare earth supply chain. Department of Defense struck an unprecedented deal to July with MP Materials. Yeah, which I think I have the. Tyler Cohen has a bunch of stuff on that stuff, so. I should have the. Nothing, I love you. But if you step foot in O Town, you'll be Swiss cheese immediately. In O Town? Oakland, Utah don't play. My bad. I think there was a Financial Times. Nope, that's not what I want. Oh my god. Fuck you, Google. I'm going to attend a local Young Republicans meeting today. Wait. I can't tell if this is a meme or not. Can I see how bad it is? No, it's not a meme. Oh no. Well, I don't know how bad the in-person shit would be. I mean, I would expect them all to be like Trumper people, but I don't know if they're going to be political, leak levels. I feel like the Michael R. Strand dude. I feel like he had an article that I wanted on this. My Chairman Trump does it again for real. Actually, wait, do I have that? I might actually already have that link. It might be this. Or this. Yes, this. That's not going to be in the fucking page or whatever. But dude. Let's go. Yes. Atlas needs you to spot him another $20 billion real quick. Like, oh my God, bro. Bro. I haven't read up on this yet. I saw the headlines about another $20 billion package we want to give Argentina. Secretary Scott Bessent said Washington would arrange a $20 billion package to help Argentina make debt repayments as Donald Trump's administration seeks to end a market crisis. Roiling Libertarian President Javier Milei. Bessent said a private sector solution to Argentina's upcoming debt payments would be funded by private banks and sovereign wealth funds, adding many had expressed interest in participating. It's not that nascent. We've actually been working on it for weeks, he said in Washington. The facility would be separate from a $20 billion currency swap line the U.S. Treasury announced with Argentina's cash-strapped central bank last Thursday, Bessent added. The U.S. financial lifeline has only partially quelled market turmoil that began last month when Milei's pro-business government fell into a political crisis ahead of a midterm legislative elections on October 26th. The problem with libertarianism is you eventually run out of presidents to buy your currency for no reason. True. Wait, so Argentina is in. So this isn't even buying Argentina bonds; it's just straight up payment. No, so the initial thing we were doing was the currency. We were just buying their currency, right, to try to stabilize their exchange rate. And to be clear, I don't know exactly how all of that was financed. I think some of it might have been like not treasury money, but I think most of it was. There's a currency swap, and then there's some new stuff potentially. No, yeah. Well, so we had the initial currency swap last Thursday, or whatever that we did, where we was buying their currency to try to stabilize their exchange rate shit. But no, this is the new. Like this was just today or yesterday, I think. I think technically yesterday by now. We announced a new $20 billion program, but it's different this time. And it's going to be funded by private banks and sovereign wealth funds. If we could, in theory, have some small benefit from a currency swap, but a straight up care package is just going straight bailing out Argentina. I don't know for sure. So I don't know exactly what, like, this doesn't, this doesn't exactly tell me what it is. I think it's probably basically just that, but I don't know if there might be a little bit more nuance to it. Oh, I gotta read more. Got us to fun and smugly link stuff about this to libertarians who insist that Argentina would be a utopia by now. Real. It's actually only because he did it. See, if he just got rid of the central bank entirely, then it would have been a utopia. Clearly. This is the issue. The swap line announcement and an extraordinary direct U.S. intervention in Argentina's currency market last week halted a bond price plunge in a run on the peso. But pressure returned on Tuesday when President Trump suggested Washington may withdraw support if Milei parties perform poorly at the midterms. I saw that. Dollar-backed Argentine government bonds rose in price and fell in yield following Bessent's announcement. Well, the peso recoupled losses from earlier in the day to trade flat compared to Trump's Tuesday's close. Bessent said the Treasury had intervened again on Wednesday without sharing details. Gabriel Camino, something like that, an economist at Outlier Financial Consultancy in Buenos Aires, whatever, said the exchange rate was coming under pressure again, but this news, the purchase of pesos calm things down. I understand the currency swap shit. Have you seen Connor's stream? He's debating a real cringe dude. No face cam, voice change. Yeah, I clicked on it for a second just because one of my viewers said they donated $10 and then called in and said some bullshit about Greece. They didn't know what they were talking about. And then said he was going to Connor's stream.
In representative
Isn't
politics.
this the Twitter retard dude? Isn't this like a weird, like MAGA? I don't even want to say shit poster, just like schizo poster on Twitter.
I am not like I will admit, like, yeah, sure. Let's say I just take it, I'm a radical, whatever.
Wow.
Maybe I would be counted more of a radical like 5 years ago, and maybe the Overton window has shifted in my favor. Whatever.
Yeah,
I don't like radicalism. I don't like to see people get shot on campus because they disagree with what one party says, and where.
But I have no clue. I don't know if it's. I don't know. Is anything meaningful to add? I don't know. Don't think so. Okay. Investors are concerned Argentina's liquid central bank reserves are perilously low. Milei may need to prop them up, to prop up the peso, pay for imports, and make about $13 billion in debt repayments due next year. Argentina has defaulted on its sovereign debt obligations 3 times since 2000. He's an actual human cattle. Wow, that guy's so cool. You can tell because he has the laser eyes and the voice changer. Yeah. President not immediately give details about what the U.S.'s role in debt facility would be. We don't even know yet. Let's go. Referred to Argentina as a systemically important U.S. ally in Latin America, although the 2 countries are not significant trading partners. Asked about the systemic risk to Argentina debt crisis, President said Barack Obama's administration had previously squandered a very prominent opportunity to bring in and move Latin American countries into the sphere of U.S. influence. Okay. The governments had swung from left to right then. Through neglect, they swung back far left again. There are many of them now. But now they're coming back the other way. Wow. So I think this is. They didn't give details, but like just basically free money to them to pay off their debt. What even? It's all still about the peso swap line. My God, are we all going to be Argentine gazillionaires based? eBay wanted me to ship an item yesterday. I forgot. Am I screwed? Like the deadline to ship it was yesterday, or just because like eBay gives you like a few days or whatever, right? I don't know. I don't think you're that screwed. I don't know what they do. I feel like if you just drop it off and ship it, it'll probably be fine. But I don't know. Yeah, the deadline was yesterday? Oh, well, yeah, I don't know exactly what happened. I know, I mean, you can message people on eBay, I know. So you might just be able to message the seller to be like, hey, don't request a refund. I am going to ship it or whatever. I don't know if they have to request a refund or if eBay will like automatically do shit when you miss a deadline or. All right, yeah. So the new 20 billion does just seem like just aid basically. I don't think there's anything. We're not buying shit, so incredible. If madness is repeating the same action and expecting a different result, then a central pillar of Argentina's economic policy borders on the issue. Libertarian President Javier Milei is attempting to defend a pegged exchange rate, which has controlled inflation, at the cost of keeping the peso artificially strong. His government argues that devaluation has never worked before, and Argentina should compete by cutting taxes and bureaucracy. Clinging to an overvalued currency may slow price rises, but it also stunts economic growth. In Argentina's case, it has depleted valuable reserves and fueled capital flight. Ultimately, it is unsustainable. Milei's latest partner in the risky venture is U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, arguing that the South American nation is a systemically important ally. News to many, the U.S. intervened in the foreign exchange market last week to buy pesos and agreed a $20 billion emergency credit line for Buenos Aires. They could have given me that money to buy more Magic cards. Sad. It is sad. Dude, they could have saved all the fucking shrimp with that money, alright? Like, literally half the fucking shrimp in the world, bro. Disappointing. President that Argentina's currency is undervalued, and the government's fixed exchange bands in which it floats are fit for purpose. Investors who have dumped Argentine assets might, by the way, it feels like if China did this exact same thing, we would like brand it currency manipulation and try to retaliate. But, you know, whatever. Investors who have dumped Argentine assets might disagree with both propositions. The U.S. Treasury Secretary should understand the folly of defending exchange rate bans against the market better than most. At the age of 30, his work for George Soros helped helped the financier break the Bank of England and force the pound's exit from the European exchange rate mechanism in 1992. Wait, what? Dude, this guy was fucking over everyone with George Soros. Dude, let's go. Base Republican group chat W. Have you not seen? I don't know what you've seen from it, Tony, but it was not based in the terms I would say. Bailing out a distant Latin American nation might seem odd for an America First administration, and defense has already incurred a political cost at home. Democratic and Republican politicians have questioned why their government is throwing money at a serial defaulter whose soybean farmers compete with America's. Part of the explanation lies in U.S. President Donald Trump's desire to push China out of Latin America in an area he regards as the U.S.'s legitimate sphere of influence. China has indeed expanded trade and investment in Washington's backyard hugely over the past 2 decades, as successive U.S. administrations looked the other way. But propping up an overvalued exchange rate hardly amounts to a successful strategy countering Beijing. How long MAGA America's newfound generosity lasts is moot. Milei faces pivotal congressional elections on October 26th, and Trump has made clear when he hosted Milei at the White House on Tuesday that future support was conditional on Argentine voters backing the president. That is not a given. Aside from the weak economy, 2 serious corruption scandals have tarnished Milei's government. The chainsaw-wielding president has few allies. He's not just slashed spending, but also burned relations with moderate politicians by insulting them, a self-inflicted error. Often considering the total downfall of the Gaza leftism, Destiny Vashasan soon, Lasakama, etc., where do you see the future of leftism? So first of all, I don't think the future of leftism or liberalism, Hassan's really the only leftist. Well, no, Vosh is a leftist too. But I don't think that's contingent on internet streamers. Second of all, I don't know if I would not place my bets on Hassan having any more of a downfall than Destiny, the schizophrenic non-fun chatter for real, than Destiny or Vosh did, which is to say, at worst, and I don't think this will even apply to Hassan. I don't think Hassan will get this much. He'll still have a very large viewership, and his growth would just essentially be capped. Like Vosh still averages 7,000, 8,000 viewers. Destiny gets basically the same thing. It depends whether he's playing video games or not. Why are all those Nazis in the group chat fat and inbred? I mean, Nazi fat and inbred, like they go like those are gonna be heavily correlated, right? So seems like it makes sense. But I don't think anything will happen to Hassan. I don't know even by soon downfall. Whatever you want to say about Hassan, he hasn't been caught with CSAM, so he's got that on Vosh and Steve. This is real. Did Vosh actually have Oh no, well, Vosh had whatever scandal in 2018 or something with whatever child shit or whatever. But look at my defenders of the white race, y'all. It was drawn. Yeah, well, the drawn stuff was the more recent stuff. Vosh Horson's in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a real the tax folder instead exactly, but I'm pretty sure he had a real. I don't know if he actually has CSAM, but I'm pretty sure he was like actually messaging 17-year-olds on Discord in like 2017 or whatever. But I could be mistaken. Not that familiar with Vosh's history. Is in Noah's interest that Argentina fails. Buenos Aires is by far the IMF's biggest single client after successive failed bailouts. Private bondholders are owed around $60 billion. Argentine people have suffered decades of economic chaos. The opposition Peronists offer no good alternatives. Milei deserves credit for pruning a bloated state rapidly with bold program of spending cuts to save the country from hyperinflation. Success in Argentina could break a decades-long cycle of crises and offer a timely lesson in fiscal responsibility, but to triumph, Milei must allow the peso to float freely and pivot to policies that promote faster growth and win consensus. The Trump administration wants its biggest South American ally to prosper, to cut tariffs on Argentina, promote investment in critical minerals, and work with the IMF to win investors and restore confidence. Milei says he admires anarcho-capitalism. Right now, his country needs less anarchy and more capitalism. Wow, real. Hassan is Zap Man's best friend. This is bad optically for the left. Brown guy electrocuting Fido. Not good. No one. The issue is most of Hassan's fans are never going to believe that he shocked his fucking dog, and nothing is actually going to come of it. Like, no one. Hassan is like way worse things. Tony, are you vegan? For real! As well. Obviously, I don't think it's, thanks shocking a dog is bad. Probably consider all the meat you consume, what that does to animals. But, I feel like probably the only thing that could actually come of, or would actually do anything to Hassan would be if Twitch takes action against him. That would limit his collab opportunities with other streamers, and also, they would never permaban him, but potentially hurt his career a little bit. But I don't know. Even that, I don't see much happening to him, and Twitch definitely won't take any action. Hassan needs to be sent to Guantanamo Bay. Are you gonna answer the vegan question? I'm just so curious if we think that just infinitely torturing cows for consumption is fine, and pigs and chickens, but shocking your dog is so evil. Anti-Hassan derangement syndrome needs to be added to the DSM. I mean, to be clear, shocking your dog and then lying about it being a fucking vibration only collar, because there's definitely no way that shit's a vibration only collar. That is pretty crazy, but I should say probably technically I assign probably 80% probability to Hassan shocking his dog, but technically, maybe he only hit the vibrate button. For what a stupid question, we eat meat for subsistence. Shocking a dog because it moves around the room is an entirely different scenario, and you know that. You can subsist perfectly fine without meat. A lot of people do it. I do it. It is absolutely not necessary for subsistence to eat meat. You're just wrong on that. And presumably, you probably eat way more than the necessary amount for subsistence. There is just a component of pleasure or whatever. Non-fun vegan debate. I mean, I just think if Tony's so upset about Hassan shocking his dog, he should be concerned about his own behavior with eating meat. Stop in the dark because you're lazy. Scumbag isn't the same thing as eating meat. No, yeah, I agree. Eating meat is way worse. But it tastes good. They're so good. It does. Oh, well, I mean, I haven't had meat in years, but even just have fake meat. Selena member of the group profited $1 billion on Black Wednesday. The British pound sterling crisis made another $102 billion for the SFM in 2013, betting against the Japanese yen. After he left Source Fund in 2015, he's now his key. Yeah, like, oh my god, bro. Shocking his dog clearly gives Hassan a lot of utils, to be fair. Actually, not only does it give Hassan utils, it gives his entire chat utils as well. You need to eat meat. You are feeble. Bird is not going to address any of the arguments. How are you going to destroy the left with your anemic lifestyle? I would, would like any serious contention to, the fact that it is not required to subsist to eat meat. That's just not true. I'm back, arose from my slumber. Well, welcome back, Faye. Nice to see you back. I'm glad I'm still streaming by the time you woke up. I guess it hasn't been that. I don't think it's been that long, right? It's been Tony hop in Discord. Oh no. Dude, for the average leftist looks about the same. Yeah, okay. Well, we're not gonna get any serious engagement. Yep, nice one, buddy. Nice one. Yay. Woohoo. Yay. Yay. Should I make a page for the fucking Argentina stuff? I don't wanna. I don't wanna. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. No one is ever gonna. It's not gonna. There's no actual. Again, it's all ad hoc justification. Otherwise, based on principle. It doesn't fucking stupid. Trump actually made a credible commitment to bailing out Argentina peso regardless of the outcome of the election. Then it could have worked. Dude, I don't even get. But this is not even just bailing out or stabilizing the peso. Like this is we're just paying off their debt for them. It's just the new $20 billion. That's just gonna, I think, pay off probably their IMF loan. Like what? Dog. What are we doing? But I don't even. It's not even. I don't even like. I think you're right, Kobe. Like it's not even necessarily bad or anything. But I don't even know why we're no MAGA person would have defended this if Biden did it. Obviously, would not be America first or anything. And it's clearly the issue is anything even plausibly good at all Trump does. No, you should never assume that he has legitimate interest. Hinging it on the election is so hilarious because it undercuts basically any trust investors might have gained. True. There's no from my understanding, Malay's party or whatever is not ahead in the polling. I could maybe it's changed whatever, but I've not seen. Not that I not followed it closely or anything, but from the discourse I've seen, on Twitter mostly, it's not been looking good for him. It's not looking good for Captain ANCAP. Libertarians need to face intellectual consequences for this. I mean, they probably will, but I'm sorry, won't. But Okay. Do I want to do a slop? Do I want to do a slop? Do I want to do a slop? I didn't watch most of it. I saw, oh, okay, well, rip. It's gotta be somewhere. But I saw Hutch talk to fucking Straighteraid. I think they talked about, mostly just about why Kamala lost. And Straighteraid's just some insane, like, lefty bullshit, but. A lot of people were throwing out over him getting inflation down. Will ever own up to this? It's so cool. This is why you should just have the non-fun positions and just don't give a fuck about. I don't. I don't care. I don't care. It's stupid. It's stupid. I don't give a fuck. Hutch is more confused and Straighteraid on basically everything. No shot. It's just Millet pursued libertarianism instead of neoliberalism. Well, actually, I still, like I said, I don't give a fuck about Argentina. I'm not doing deep dives into fucking Argentina or whatever. I still am pretty sure, like, most of Millet's policy was not, like, actually hardcore, like, libertarian shit. I'm fairly certain half of the shit he did would have been recommended by the IMF in any country in similar circumstances, or to any country in similar circumstances. I don't know if any of it was actually, like, hardcore. Crazy shit. Although I don't know, I mean, the IMF, I'm pretty sure the IMF does not, like, pegged exchange rates, right? So, IMF, I'm fairly certain IMF promotes floating exchange rates. So that's, I guess, something more libertarian than IMF would want. The non-fund, we will see attitude does do really well. Real. Does IMF promote? Require for loans? I don't know how. I don't know what the fuck that is. This is like an introductory thing, so I don't think this is. I say different on it. Okay, we're gonna confirmation bias. IMF requires floating exchange rate for loan. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. IMF requires fixed exchange rate for loan. Now there's some wild deregulation where it was like illegal pay workers and meat. Like he almost fired 40K state employees, didn't he? I mean, that would not surprise me. It's not even an almost. Okay, I don't think this is what I... Oh my god, why is it formatted in one page? But it's... Oh my god. This is... Okay. Nope. Okay. I don't know then. Maybe the IMF just like doesn't care. But I kind of would assume generally the IMF is gonna try to have countries have floating exchange rates because I would assume that's part of the Washington consensus. Okay, evil neoliberal consensus, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's like 37K a few months ago. I mean, yeah, Millet. I mean, he's he's like literally did just shut down a pretty decent number of agencies, right? Like, I don't know if there's any actual I don't know if it's gonna be an actual number, but Millet, I can't spell government firing. What does Cato say? Does not tell me anything. Okay. Whoa. Oh yeah, fired 37,000 public employees. There it is. That's a 37,000 number. When is this written? Already exceeded most people's expectations. Deregulation, cost cutting, increasing economic freedom, reducing opportunities for corruption, stimulating growth, helping to overturn a failed and corrupt political system because of the scope, method, extent of its deregulations. Argentina setting an example of resident over-regulated world. Oh no, there's no date. Oh no, where's the date? Oh no. Well, at least after January 2025. Incredible. Incredible. Doesn't really know. In Denmark, there's no minimum wage. And you can open a business super easily. And therefore, it is actually the most free market economy. As judged by my Economic Freedom Index, which also takes into account government transparency, like self-rated or like citizen-rated government transparency. Does Millet not consider this? Okay, we'll read this a little bit of this shit about the Nobel Prize shit, okay? But some of the other Nobel Prize shit is going to be way deeper dive, way deeper dive. Like I said, people are going to think I'm trying to sound smart now when I say creative destruction. Creative destruction is a miracle. It's also a political problem. No matter how much of the world has changed for most of human history, the realities of gut-wrenching poverty and subsistence farming have remained the same. An average grandfather taking his granddaughter could could picture her life as easily as I could picture my childhood home. He could reasonably expect she would grow up similar to him, surrounded by the same tools, eating the same things, life on the edge of survival. I'm perhaps not the average case, but my father's father, who died before I was born in Digsa, Eritrea, a rural village where I had never set foot. I don't think he could have imagined my life typing on a personal computer in an air-conditioned building, drinking filtered water from a tap, and ordering all my conveniences on Amazon. My own father, who was born in Eritrea's capital city, as Mara, learned to code by punching holes into cards and lining up his stack at a mainframe, hoping he didn't make a mistake. What do I expect from my future children? I have absolutely no idea. Maybe they'll be canceling me for my disapproval of their robot boyfriends as they vibe code and mainline Ozempic for sleep aids. Over the past 200 years, economic growth has become both fast and normal, so much so that many of us take it for granted. This is perhaps the most important graph in human history. Whoa, the hockey stick, guys. There's a tendency in some circles to roll one's eyes that line goes up. Graphs like this one is gross domestic product anyway. GDP measures the value of all final goods and services in the economy. On its own terms, it means that we are producing more things than we value, things that we consume, like phones, cars, houses, planes, medicine, books, plates, art, clothing, everything. And unsurprisingly, as this most important line has gone up, others followed suit. Life expectancy, food supply per capita, child infant mortality, literacy, and access to school have all improved as incomes and GDP have risen. This is a development miracle that defines our time. Wow. Yesterday, the Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded to 3 economists for having explained innovation-driven economic growth. Joel, I really should know how to pronounce the people's names by now, but I actually have not seen any videos of them pronouncing. Philip Agan and Peter Howitt shared the prize. Moker, something like that, was recognized for his work explaining how innovation became a self-reinforcing process that spurred the Industrial Revolution to create our modern world. The latter two won a prize for their model creative destruction, wherein new companies create new products, outpacing the current technological leaders. Moker's work in particular centered on the importance of ideas and culture alongside technological breakthrough. In his book, A Cultural Growth, he wrote that the belief of liberal ideas of religious tolerance, free entry into the market for ideas, and belief in transnational character of intellectual community were essential to Enlightenment thought. Creating a culture tolerant to disruption is not. It's just as important as having new discoveries and engineering marvels themselves. If you're going to be persecuted for pointing out that the Earth revolves around the sun, well, you're not going to get a lot of scientific progress. Less dramatically, as Morker pointed out, the Calico Act of 1700 was pushed by domestic wool and silk producers in Britain to block Indian cotton in clothing, and was only replaced in 1774. As the Nobel Committee wrote, in different ways, the laureates show how creative destruction creates conflicts that must be managed in a constructive manner. Otherwise, innovation will be blocked by established companies and interest groups that risk being put at a disadvantage. Line goes up does not mean everyone's life gets better. It means everyone's life on average gets better. Averages conceal a lot of pain. There are always losers, and society has to innovate new and better ways of making sure losing still means a bare standard of living. But you can't eliminate the pain of losing altogether, not if you want society to keep flourishing. Straightforwardly, the losers of growth from the elderly homeowner upset that a bunch of college kids are now living in his neighborhood and making a bunch of noise, to the small business owner who gets outcompeted by Target to sell to the coal worker who is watching his industry collapse. Need to know that losing doesn't mean the end. These are people with a range of legitimate concerns who need reassurance and material support. But this is also a matter of political expediency. If we, and I'm not talking about pro-growth, positive sum abundance movement, are going to win over more converts, we can't ignore the destructive part of creative destruction. This is half of the, at least, liberal case for the welfare state, okay? Like, even if you really do, like, just, even if you, like, I don't want to say strictly care about, like, negative rights, but even if you are, like, relatively classical liberal and, you know, don't view positive freedom as super important, don't view, like, equality as even particularly instrumentally important, probably need some amount of minimum safety net just to ensure the liberal ideal will stay alive, okay? But actually, who knows, okay? Because despite our, I mean, not super generous welfare state in America, but welfare state in America, we still have the populist slop out there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. For the winners of the change lottery, the upwardly mobile working class, the lucky immigrants from politically and economically devastated countries, people moved from areas with little or no economic opportunity to places brimming with hope. It's not always immediately obvious how costly other people find change. Part of why immigrants in this nation are so dynamic and patriotic is because they are a highly selected group of people who have won the change lottery. But for a lot of other people, change is either neutral because they were coming from a pretty high baseline, or negative because they lost the lottery. I only really came to understand this through my report on housing. When my labor economics professor first assigned a paper connecting measures like zoning regulations that restricted supply of new housing to America's rising rents and declining moving rates, my totalizing model was that NIMBYs were simply racists who had to be raised over. I devoured moving to opportunity literature, which showed that when low-income families were provided assistance so they could move to low-poverty areas, young children's lives outcomes skyrocketed. It became my mission to draw more attention to exclusionary zoning laws and the harm they were doing to millions of people, as well as the productive capacity of the United States. But over the years, as I've talked with countless people about their opposition to new housing, I've found that while bigoted attitudes, particularly towards the poor, could help explain NIMBYism, these attitudes were actually a subset of broader fear of change. Some of it was demographic, it changed, yes, but a lot of it was generalized fear that new buildings, new people, new businesses carried with them the threat of upheaval. Somewhere along the way, I realized they were right. The poors can have their fancy welfare checks after we start mining asteroids. This is true. Dude, everyone wants the sovereign wealth fund to invest in other countries, all right? To invest, in mining operations overseas. But when are we going to get the sovereign wealth fund that invests in fucking asteroid mining? Let's go. That actually would be probably not a good idea, just because presumably, the cost of exploration for asteroids is very high. Presumably. But maybe we can get there. Over the years, I've talked to common people. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Okay, when a large new housing development is built, it does change how your community feels. The skyline can change. The types of people you see can change. What was once familiar has now shifted in ways you can't fully anticipate. A lot of people like the way they live now, but there's a fundamental misunderstanding undergirding this fear. People who oppose growth assume that if they block new development, they can preserve their cities in amber. The choice they think is between change and stability. They are sadly mistaken. The only choice you have, if you're lucky, is whether you plan to for change or have it forced upon you in ways you didn't expect. I grew up in Montgomery County, Maryland, a wealthy, progressive country right outside of outside of Washington, D.C. in July 2019. The county put a moratorium on new housing in areas where schools had gotten too crowded. Thinking was that schools couldn't handle any new students, so if we stopped new housing, then we could simply keep things steady. Oh, what's that like? Would you prefer Elon or Bezos to run USA Asteroid Mining Corp? I mean, probably Bezos. Bezos strikes me as, a little more emotionally stable, a little bit more of a sane person. Haven't seen Bezos do any crazy shit. I think Elon Musk has. I mean, Elon Musk is pretty evil. My cat's here. I'm going to send 20,000 volts through him if he doesn't come here right the fuck now. Enterprising readers will probably know where it's going. Montgomery County reversed the policy after it realized that it not only had this policy put serious pressure on housing affordability, but it hadn't even stopped school enrollment from increasing. Instead, older households were increasingly selling their homes to young, relatively wealthy families. Change happens whether you want it to or not. It's true that at a micro level, your neighborhood, at the micro level of your neighborhood, and at the macro level of the nation, a country can try to freeze its demographics by limiting immigration, but it will become older and less dynamic. It can try to preserve its industries for tariffs, but it will wake up one day and find it has kneecapped its own innovative capacity as consumers chafe at being unable to purchase cutting-edge technology other nations take for granted. Stasis is not an option. There are lots of different kinds of change. Hagen and Howitt describe a form of change that Americans are relatively comfortable with. Sometimes new products or way of doing business comes out and outcompetes old winners. Even if that new business really does create a lot of societal value, for instance, Uber or Lyft, society should still take the downside seriously. Taxi drivers who saw the value of their medallions disappear face serious personal economic consequences. Even when the economy appears relatively stable, that hides a ton of churn. Just look at this graph of layoffs and discharges. I mean, this is not like actually that big in the U.S. economy, but yeah. Ignoring the massive spike during COVID-19, we average almost 2 million people losing their jobs monthly, even when the economy is doing fine. The biggest mistake people agree with me about the importance of economic growth can make is to delay engaging with the distributional consequences. Many people will, no matter how well things are going, be caught in the economy's natural tumult. This brings me to abundance. Of all the critiques of Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson's recent book, I think one I find most agreement with is from the People's Policy Project president and the argument columnist Matt Brunegg. Wow. Stasis is bad, sure, but homeostasis is necessary. I don't know what homeostasis means in this context. I think it would be a huge mistake on the merits to sideline whatever focus there is in a welfare state expansion and economic egalitarianism in favor of a focus on administrative burdens and construction, both because parceling out the present matters, but also because these institutions will undermine how the author's utopian future will be parceled out, he wrote. Brunegg also took issue with Abundance's argument that American liberalism has focused too much on how it could come to the social welfare state system of Denmark and not enough about becoming a liberalism that builds. The authors remarked that the world we want requires more redistribution. We aspire to parceling out the present. Listen, the issue is I don't like Matt Brunegg. I don't think Matt Brunegg thinks there's significant trade-offs between like the redistribution he wants, at least the type of redistribution he wants, and growth. When they're probably, well, I should say growth and efficiency, and there probably is, regardless. I want to preface this with saying that Klein and Thompson, disclosure, both friends of mine. Thompson is also a columnist at Argument. Klein has been a great help as they began this project, are clearly proponents of expanding the welfare state on healthcare, the child tax credit, and various other important policy areas. Both have been vocal and consistent proponents of redistribution. No, I mean, I know, but this applies to fucking cells, is it not? It's not. I don't know what on earth you mean by this context, in this context. Despite all that, they very much did write down in a book that they view the project of abundance to be, at least in part, shifting focus away from redistribution and towards economic growth. At its core, abundance is a framework that refuses to accept scarcity as a fact of life. But perhaps confusingly, it is also a framework that demands policymakers be hyper-vigilant about cause prioritization and trade-offs. There are things like time that none of us can make more of, again, until someone invents Ozempic for sleep. But while I strongly believe that American liberalism needs to focus more on economic growth and innovation, I don't believe that comes at the expense of redistribution. The whole point of expanding housing, energy, and transportation, the whole point of increasing innovation and productivity is to make people's lives better. Abundance makes redistribution effective. We can and should max out rental vouchers right now. But if you want to do so, while affordable housing is scarce and concentrated in low opportunity neighborhoods, you risk spiking rents for low income people and entrenching existing segregation. The impact of expanding the welfare state is blunted by class-based zoning laws that restrict people from moving near good jobs and good schools and away from long commutes and bad air quality. It's also blunted by our nation's inability to build public transportation that actually helps people. Ezra Klein is infamous for hating welfare. Real. I haven't actually, I don't, listen, Ezra Klein derangement syndrome is real. I literally have like never seen like an actual quote from Ezra Klein being like, yeah, we should just like cut fucking welfare, even just on net, like even just like him him saying like, oh, if we had a more efficient redistribution system, we'd be spending less on welfare, sort of on net or whatever. I haven't even seen that. Maybe he's said that, but like, growth and redistribution cannot be a two-step process, as our Nobel Prize laureates know well. Once the pie is grown, divvying it up means taking it from those who believe they have a claim on it, claim to it. You have to redistribute as you grow. You have to make sure that people have a stake in the growth of the community, so that when they notice the irritations of construction on the commute or personal different languages being spoken at a coffee shop they frequent, they see that as a part of economic project that sustains their lives. I don't think it's easy, and anti-growth and pro-growth moods are at best cyclical, and at worst, anti-growthers drag us into economic and political stagnation. But I do think it's conceptually, morally, and politically better to think of growth and innovation as a broader part of the project human flourishing that necessarily includes the distributional concerns of those who do not have a stake in OpenAI or Google. They have become a punchline, but the Luddites did very well, get crushed under the wheel of progress. We should be prepared to changes that rock the world during and after the Industrial Revolution may be dwarfed by the world-changing innovations that may come in the next century. If we want to revitalize our current cultural growth, we'll have to do more than point to some averages. But I love averages. But I love medians. He didn't say afterwards, people, that a question is, oh, you're talking about Ezra Klein. I was confused. Okay. What is normally seen as living policy? That's all it needed for EK derangement real. My name is Ezra Klein, and I want poor people to suffer because I think it's funny, Mr. Klein. Real quote. Don't fact check me. I like Ezra Klein, but I can't listen to him. He sounds like he's interested in every topic he talks about, as if they're all profound. He needs to dismiss things more. Base. I mean, obviously, I'm going to be aligned with Ezra Klein on 90% of things because we're both liberals. I don't like keep up with every single one of his podcasts and statements and everything. I don't like him enough for that. Okay, but he does make. I think his podcasts are good sometimes when he has good guests on. I think other than the Ben Shapiro episode. I need to. I don't know how arguments are going to go ever. I don't know. I need to figure out just a way to just communicate why growth is so good to people, especially the socialists. Whenever I talk to them, I don't know if there's a meaningful way to, or like an intuitive way to do that at all. And I need to, I mean, I have some empirical stuff on this sort of a bit more broadly, but I need I definitely want to have more stuff on like just capitalism and Marxism and innovation generally. Listen, if I just do enough research, then I'll just manifest Jubilee actually letting me on. Okay. I remember this article cited a paper that I've seen other people cite before. I think it's the like innovators only capture like it's like 2.2% of the wealth they create or whatever. But I think it's also I don't think that's not just billionaires or anything. I don't think. What the fuck? Oh, wait. It's because I think it automatically adds the archive link or whatever when I clicking it from the archive shit. I think there's stuff in. Are rich people good or bad? I think this is. He goes over. I think just like. I don't think the SIS papers consider the innovation shit that I want to have in here. Jones focused on the role of ideas, and so synthesize evidence from numerous sources on who generates ideas and how this changes with taxes increase. So I might just look through. I should probably just look through the shit they said in here then for that. Their estimates are estimated. Sorry, these are estimated precisely, although we can say with certainty that income distribution of inventors is extremely skewed and correlated with social value of their inventions, and that the wealthier are far more likely to own a business. Businesses are also larger on average. Not totally implausible parameter values deliver negative top tax rates. Jones really emphasized the distinction between welfare maximizing and revenue maximizing tax rates. A toy example is that when elasticity of labor is 0.1 in the model, very close to perfectly inelastic, the revenue maximizing tax rate is 95%, while the welfare maximizing tax rate is 50%. Rigetti, Saez, and Stancheva focus on negative externalities of the harder bargaining. The three elasticities of the title are the elasticity of labor supply, the elasticity of tax avoidance, and the elasticity of bargaining or rent extraction. Tax avoidance is not all large in the United States, and in any event is best solved by broadening the tax base rather than changing rates. True, nope. The tax avoidance channel does tend to obfuscate the effects of prior changes of tax rates. We observe a big surge in growth, which is actually just previously hidden fortune surfacing. Three authors decompose total elasticity income to three channels. Slavery, okay, blah, blah, blah. CO pay, controlling for firm performance. So I should probably look through. I guess I can look through this, and I guess I can look through just the stuff they said in here. You're not all about growth at all cost, are you? No. I just think billionaires are not that bad, guys. God, I hope I'm not with a bunch of Patrick Bet David clones, okay? If I am on a Julie episode ever. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Can you imagine if I'm trying to cite shit about the positive externalities of rich people and innovation, and then we just get like the most retarded bullshit ever. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Okay, redistribution and incentive effects that determine the size of the pie. In much of the literature, starting with Miller's 1971, Diamond 1998, Saez 2001, Diamond and Saez 2011, the size of the pie effects were relatively limited, in particular when top earners reduces their efforts because of taxes that reduces their income, but may have no or only modest effects on the incomes of everyone else in the economy. Later research relaxes restriction, incorporating complementary inputs such as the accumulation of human and physical capital through externalities. Recent examples include, should check these out. Bunism is good based? What? Oh, isn't that the Twitter dude Connor was just debating? Or is still debating even, maybe? Some ways that it's not the most natural effect of the size of the pie has not been adequately explored. In the idea-based growth theory, Romer 1990, Grossman and Helpman 1901. Why? The people, the guy is, what? I know them. Again, Howitt, 1992, the enormous increase in living standards over the past century is a result of discovering new ideas by a relatively small number of people. To the extent the top income tax distorts this innovation, it can impact not only the income of the innovator, but also the incomes of everyone else in the economy. What is your ad absurdum limit on the differences in orders of magnitude of wealth from your richest to poorest in your ideal society? I don't know if there's a good way to, like, for me to quantify that. Like, I'm just gonna say, just do whatever that has the highest expected value, right? So I don't know, like, I'm not gonna know where that lies exactly. Obviously, like, I would say, like, I don't know. So there must be some limit. In the real world, it's always going to be some limit, obviously. Like in a hypothetical, I'd bite whatever bullet if you just assume that, like, the wealth inequality increased net utility, but and redistribution would, like, decrease net utility. Like, you could have, like you could have sort of, like, you could have three worlds: one where there's wealth inequality and no redistribution, and have that be lower than the world where there's wealth inequality, but also some redistribution. And the world with some wealth inequality, but also some redistribution, is higher than the world with wealth inequality, no redistribution. But the world with wealth inequality, no redistribution, could still be higher than the world with, like, no wealth inequality, right? But regardless, like, I truthfully, I have no clue how I would begin to quantify that. We could do kings and feudal lords again. Hyperbole, of course. It'd be base. If you go there, you can't be technical, wonky, unless they do it first. If you choose the high human capital approach, well, yeah, obviously, this is the issue. Is not just going to be having research and stuff. It's going to be try to dumb it down. But yeah, high human capital approach, when they are low IQ, they'll just be able to appeal to the audience. Yep. That's why I don't know how to make some of that shit intuitive without just doing memes. There are different kind of spillover at the taxation of chief executive officers in an assignment model such as Gabrix and Lander, or Teravo 2008, in which CEO effort affects the profits of the firm. Battle and Huggett 2017 consider the revenue maximizing top tax rate when incomes at lower brackets can be affected by the top rate in a generalized fashion. In all these cases, the additional forces typically lower the optimal tax rate. Yeah, opposite. Should check these out. allow for imperfect substitution of production, increasing returns, general externalities, or human capital spillovers. Lockwood Nathanson in Whale. It's the closest to the present paper. They consider optimal nonlinear taxation in a full Malaysian setup in which different people can choose different careers. They suggest that some careers, such as research or engineering, generally generate positive externalities in the economy, while others, such as finance and law, may generate negative externalities. Based. Let's go. Now, finance has got to be good. The lawyers are the only bad ones. What is this nonsense? The fully optimal tax system would assign different tax rates to these different career options, but are forced to pick a single top tax rate. The planner has to average across these externalities. I instead explicitly focus on research dimension. Where okay, what does they suggest? They're like, I don't know if we're just doing like hypotheticals. Like, if this is the case, what is the optimal tax rate? Or if we're doing there's evidence to suggest that this is the case, and therefore the top tax rate would look something like this. Thanks for following, young game. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, of course. Where is the DOI? Taxation affects allocation of talent across talented individuals across professions by blunting material incentives and thus magnifying non-pecuniary incentives of pursuing a calling. Estimates from the literature suggest high-paying professions have a negative externality. Okay, so this is good too. Okay, low-paying professions have positive externalities. A calibrated model therefore prescribes negative marginal tax rates in middle-class incomes and positive rates on buffer gains from implementing the policy are small and dwarfed by the gains from profession-specific tax rates and subsidies. These results depend crucially on externality estimates, labor substitution patterns across profession, both of which are very uncertain given existing empirical evidence. Okay, well, I'll be curious what the evidence they cite even is, but I can check that out. Uh-oh. Okay, I think that was just on my end. YouTube, the YouTube like preview thing fucking shot itself. I didn't know if YouTube went down again or some shit. I don't know if you guys, YouTube was like literally right before I was about to start streaming fucking too. YouTube had like a big fucking outage. I'm assuming most of it is fixed by now. Yeah. Roblox? What do you mean Roblox? Okay, it's not exactly. Okay. I think we're gonna read this and then I'm probably done for today. Marta Prado is one of the most exciting young talents in economics and has been involved with a number of extremely good papers. Her work is on sources of innovation and what we can do to encourage it. Her job market paper, and the best paper by far, was The Global Race for Talent, which I feel like I definitely have seen this fucking paper cited before, which has recently been published in the QJE. Researchers are extremely mobile population, as any country would be happy to have them. Prior research found that they are quite responsive to tax rates and will reallocate for efficiency gains others won't take advantage of. The two principal places an inventor might relocate to is America and the European Union. So she looks what happens when they move. I don't know where I've seen this paper cited, but I have 100% seen this paper cited before. She finds that most people move from the EU to the United States. Shocking. The most striking finding is that not only does moving to another country increase patent application per year by 42%, it also increases the patent applications of people who stayed behind. This effect is for both directions. The people who move from America to the EU are pursuing an opportunity which really does raise their productivity. Strikingly, since ideas can diffuse from one market to another, the EU preventing brain drain might increase its well-being in the short run, but would lead to lower incomes elsewhere in the long run. That does not even take into account the effect that it might have on later decisions on whether to become a researcher or not, since their model assumes that workers are exogenously sorted into producing or inventing. This ties into a broader literature of disambiguating trade from openness. What economists want when we call for free trade is not an accessibly, this is actually secretly another free trade, gains from trade is not the gains from trade article. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Stick up for the reasonable Republicans. Nightbud.
Am I getting branded as a reasonable Republican? I appreciate the $2, Michael. Hell yeah. Listen, the issue with reasonable Republicans is they're just not actidonic utilitarians, okay? And they're not wonky enough. Okay, they just gotta fix those two things. Okay, it's not excessively liberal exchange of finished goods, but a bundle of related things which improve the diffusion of ideas. Not you, but we know we exist despite our disagreements. Okay. People moving is a key part of dispersing knowledge. We should expect the gains from immigration to be larger than would seem obvious. We're not very good at picking why exactly an idea was transmitted. Andres Rodriguez Clare attempted to put some numbers on this and came up with frictionless trade in final goods, adding 13 to 24% and openness tripling output. Prado something with Not I'm Gonna Try and Jeremy Pierce have studied how a government which wants to increase innovation can do it most efficiently. Okay, hold on. I should. All right. In an idealized world, the only thing which matter are subsidies, and it does not matter what form it takes. Ideas require fixed costs to find and are underproduced because competition keeps the price below what is needed to find the ideas. It shouldn't matter then if we subsidize R&D or make it cheaper for people to discover ideas. In the presence of frictions and departures from that simpler world, however, the form of R&D subsidy matters. Using data from a data program to boost innovation and education, they found that in the short run, direct subsidies to R&D were most effective. However, in the long run, subsidies to education were more effective. The optimal policy involves both shaping the skills which people have and then pulling them into specifically research work. The most similar to this work is Who Becomes an Inventor in America, which argues that exposure to people doing innovation is a surprisingly important determinant of who later becomes an inventor. Two children with the same objective ability, as measured by their test scores, will have very different outcomes depending on their neighborhood or their family. The natural extension is to consider how segregation by income has changed in the United States over time. In The End of the American Dream, she, with Alessandra Fogli, Veronica, not going to try, and Mark Ponder, show how rising inequality leads to increased segregation by income and how this, due to differences in returns to education in different neighborhoods, leads to the talent of poor students being wasted. No one has, to my knowledge, combined these two strands, but the natural implication is that residential segregation reduces innovation. With the same co-authors, she considers what the effect would be if Moving to Opportunity were scaled up nationally. Moving to Opportunity, by the way, was a big program to pay randomly assigned families to move to different neighborhoods, some of whom were constrained only to move to richer neighborhoods. They get the micro estimates from Chetty Hendren. What they find is if scaled up, the gains will attenuate. People moving will make the place they move to a bit more like their own. Place-based transfer, instead of prescribing moving, reduces the gain to the poor group, but actually increases total welfare gains. The model they used is fairly similar to her work with Josh Morris Levinson, called The Origins of Regional Specialization. In The End of the American Dream, they have a two-period model where the ability of children is correlated with that of their parents, and so high and low ability parents assortively marry and move to high and low skill sections of the town. Here, moving is costly, and there are increasing returns to scale due to amalgamation. The natural result is that some states specialize in some sectors over others, and people only move if they receive unusually high levels of skill in a trade, which makes it worth moving. Their production, which they validate with census data, is that sectors which expand employment in a given state tend to hire more interstate migrants, and those with migrants switch sectors at a higher rate. Another paper, Transformative and Subsistence Entrepreneurs, with You Fuck, What the Hell? Oh shit, thanks, Tyler. Don't know how to pronounce that one. For the raid over on YouTube. I appreciate it. We're doing boring stuff right now. I don't know. Is this
one who has Donald Trump?
I have no clue. I don't know who this dude is. Should I know this dude? I feel bad. I appreciate it regardless. Okay, Haran Elp and Jeremy Pierce is interesting mainly for how it applies. Raw measures of business creation can be misleading if the reasons why people are making a business changes. Most small businesses are meaningfully trying to change the world. They're just are meaningfully trying to change the world. They're just trying to start a lifestyle business and their own and being their own boss is just an idiosyncratic corporate structure. I kind of think he probably meant aren't, right? Most small businesses are things like real estate agents and shoekeepers, not tech startups. As Hearst Pugsley 2011 document, her paper is building on Sigget's, something like that. Others work on the influence of IQ and what people create through using Danish instead of Finnish, standards at this time. And finds that perhaps surprisingly, lower IQ people are actually more likely to be entrepreneurs than high IQ people. They believe that this trades off against choosing to work in research and development, which is quite strongly correlated with IQ. In a mirror of who becomes an inventor in America, they find that having entrepreneurs in the family increases the likelihood of being an entrepreneur. Second, we separate out the tech founders from the shop clerks. If you define a transformative entrepreneur as a company which has hired at least one R&D worker, then the correlation of IQ and education flip. Transformative entrepreneurs are much more intelligent. Their companies grow by more and faster. They then look at the effects of financial frictions on educational choice and find that subsidizing higher education is incredibly effective. With a budget of 0.5% of GDP, education subsidies increase innovation by 16% against an increase of 0.1% for entrepreneurs generally. The government does a lot to support small businesses now, but these subsidies are extraordinarily misdirected. No. And no budget is a general subsidy, even for even business creation good, much less our present subsidies for small businesses pay. One of her works in progress is on the geography of innovative verbs. Given that one of her co-authors recently had an extremely exciting paper separating out the causes of city wage premiums, I'm looking forward to it. That paper found that much of the apparent amalgamation effects are actually from the most productive firms sorting. Yes, there are amalgamation economies, but they are much smaller than they would appear from mere correlation. Bruh. Oh wait, that's gonna be the same thing. $5. I came away extremely impressed with her work. It is earnestly and seriously trying to answer very important questions, and it does so extremely well. I'm excited to see what comes next. Okay. I think I should have this. This has to mean art, right? Most small businesses aren't meaningfully trying to change the world. They're just trying to start a lifestyle business and being their own boss, just an idiosyncratic corporate structure. I'm assuming what that means, right? Okay. Well, I'm just so confused with this. I don't know what this. I don't know. I don't know what this is. But all right. Okay. I guess I should probably have. I should have. I should have this linked in here too. I guess. Base for real. Text form low prices, which boosts purchasing power of wages and income for millions of people who shop on Amazon. In addition, we're better off. Yeah, blah blah blah. Okay. I wonder if it's worth. I wonder if it would be worth mentioning. Like if it is, if they just ask like billionaires are moral or whatever, mentioning the philanthropy stuff. I feel like I feel like it's not the most relevant thing. It's probably not what they want, and it's also I don't know. They might just say the fucking government should do it too and stuff. I don't know if it's worth mentioning that, but it is just like really good that a lot of billionaires do donate a lot of money to really effective charities. But regardless, if you want to donate to the least effective charity, got to be able to get to Los Angeles somehow. If they do invite me on, I'm gonna stop saying if they do invite me on. I'm just gonna manifest it. It's just gonna happen. They're just gonna do it. But regardless, I guess you can. Well, I'm gonna say head over to food shops, but she's probably about to end stream, is she not? I guess I'll send you there. No one better to send you to really sell it. Head over to fruit shops over on YouTube. Is anyone even on Twitch anymore? On Twitch, you can head over to I guess Process. But yeah, love streaming. Love to guys watch the stream. Definitely looking forward to doing some cool stuff soon. I guess we'll be doing the No Kings protest on this Saturday for sure, at like 11-ish a.m. So that'll be fun. I'm probably just gonna be. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but I think it's likely that I'll be there with one or two of my friends, and we'll be after protest. We'll be walking and chanting, and probably interview some people or whatever. If there's some MAGA counter protest, maybe epically debate and own some of those people, and then we're probably gonna, I don't know, dick around, do some stuff. Not once the protest ends or once we leave. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but yeah, love streaming. A lot of guys watch the stream. Subscribe, like, share, comment, all that jazz. See you guys within the next, 3 days, whatever I decide to stream next. Okay. Well, certainly No King protest for sure, but probably before then as well. Appreciate it.